integrating reparations into other global policy areas such as trade, investment, and climate. So, as to my first point, in the years following the establishment of the Caribbean Reparations Commission, there was a flurry of conferences and academic events on the topic of reparatory justice and reparation. And one of these was held in Leiden in the Netherlands at the museum, the Volkenkunde Museum, which is the Museum of World Cultures, and it was on the politics and poetics of redress. During this event, there was a speaker, there were speakers from various disciplines, and there was a Dutch historian who spoke after my talk, and basically viewed reparations through a historical lens and didn't agree with viewing it as a legal issue. And it's something I only really thought about later. I didn't address this at the time. And the historian said, and I quote, "To me, it seems not a fruitful concept in the context of legal debate. As a historian, I would recommend to approach the issue of reparatory justice as inherently historical, not as legal," end quote. And I think this assumption is problematic because, well, viewing reparations as a historical issue does not really account for the legacies of past wrongs in the present day, and therefore denies the global asymmetries and inequalities that exist because of those past wrongs. It abrogates responsibility of those benefiting from regional differences that exist because of those wrongs, and it also undermines the agency of those making the claims. So CARICOM views this not only as an ethical and moral case, but also as a legal one, and engaged a London-based human rights law firm, Leyday, to act as a porta voce for the 10-point action plan. So the argument put forward by the historian and others is that making a legal claim brings to the fore and reifies victims and perpetrators. But this is rather reductionist, and I and several other international law scholars believe it's actually the opposite, that attaching a legal claim is a way of underscoring the legitimacy of the claim, but also the legitimacy of the law itself. And Federico Lenzerini, who you heard from yesterday, he has probably the most comprehensive book on reparations for Indigenous peoples, which begins with a quote from Justice Guha Roy, that one of the timeliest axioms of justice is that a wrong done must be redressed by the offender or someone else on their behalf, without which social life is unthinkable. And we can't really divorce the law from that social aspect. So international law has to play a role in reparations because it can facilitate procedural and substantive justice, and also it needs to correct itself. And redress and repair are actually accepted as basic tenets of international human rights law, even if the problem in relation to the Caribbean reparations claim is the lack of an appropriate judicial forum. There's also an increasing scholarship on decolonizing international law from TWAIL scholars. So that's third world approaches to international law, and so predominantly global South scholars who are pointing out that certain areas of international law, especially those related to trade and investment, are perpetuating colonial patterns of inequality and extraction and dispossession, and that the only way to decolonize the law is really to confront the status quo. And I think reparations and the Caribbean reparations claim must be seen as part of that process. I come now to the CRC, so the Caribbean Reparations Commission, and reparatory justice for Indigenous peoples within the framing of the CRC. Indigenous peoples' development and land are specifically mentioned together in point 3 of the 10-point plan, which reads, genocide and land appropriation went hand in hand. A community of over 3 million in 1700 has been reduced to less than 30,000 in the year 2000. Survivors remain traumatized, landless, and are among the most marginalized social groups within the region. Land is one of the most important issues facing Indigenous and Afro-descendant communities today, without which the development referred to is hard to envisage. But land is also problematic in the context of reparations because of the ongoing violations of Indigenous peoples' land rights internally in the Caribbean mainland, especially in the CARICOM states of Suriname, Belize, and Guyana. So while the role of European powers in the original dispossession of land is not in question, and while Indigenous peoples' development is about more than just land, a complicating issue in the CRC is that dispossession is continuing in the independence era, irrespective of the reparations movement. So in Suriname, Guyana, and Belize, concessions are frequently awarded in lands occupied by Indigenous and Afro-descendant communities, where there's a lack of title, diminished decision-making, and more broadly, a lack of implementation of binding judgments from the Inter-American Court and Commission of Human Rights, including the cases concerning the Saramacca and Moiwana, as well as the Kalinia and Lokono communities in Suriname. More recently, the Garifuna communities of San Juan and Turna Bay before the Inter-American Commission. And another is the Caribbean Court of Justice ruling in Mayan indigenous communities of Toledo District versus Belize. So although there is some movement in terms of the development of legislation to implement the judgments, well, in particular in Suriname, the situation poses a challenge for promoting reparatory justice for Indigenous peoples overall, because land rights constitute the basis not only for economic but also socio-cultural development. And if we return to the Indigenous Development Programme and the 10-point plan for reparations, this has to be interpreted in light of the context of ongoing dispossession of land in the present. So this perhaps raises more questions than answers, such as how can reparations for Indigenous peoples be mediated through the states that are currently perpetuating colonial patterns of land dispossession and simultaneously representing them in the CRC? To what extent are national reparations commissions on the mainland considering this dimension of the claim, or indeed the Indigenous component of the claim overall? I argued that in a previous article on Indigenous land rights and Caribbean reparations that in order for the CARICOM claim to contribute to social justice, the component of the claim dealing with Indigenous peoples needs to be developed appropriately and integrated into the national reparations commissions in those Caribbean states with self-identifying Indigenous communities. And this is already happening to a much greater extent in the islands. And it needs to be pointed out that a significant difference exists between the islands and the mainland in relation to the land question, because while there have been several cases of land rights violations in mainland CARICOM states, that's not necessarily the case in the islands, where the issues relate more to spatial injustice and insecurity and may not necessarily be unique to Indigenous peoples. When I first visited the Caribbean around the same time as the CRC was established, the myth of Indigenous extinction was still a part of popular discourse in the islands and even in the scholarship at the time. But these misconceptions have been put under increasing scrutiny, not only by archaeological, historical and ethnographic research, but also, and more importantly, by communities themselves, something I charted in another article on revival, recognition and restitution, Indigenous rights in the Eastern Caribbean. So against the traditional historical narratives of extinction, I discussed how, particularly in Dominica, St. Vincent and Trinidad, communities are contesting negative stereotypes, reasserting their presence and agitating for their human rights and reclaiming cultural space in post-colonial island states. The Garifuna Heritage Foundation is a part of that movement, as are the Santa Rosa First Peoples community in Trinidad and, of course, the Kalinago in Dominica. As stated by Rose-Marie Bell-Antoine, a legal scholar, with reference to Caribbean Commonwealth legal systems, if law has largely failed to acknowledge the customs and norms of important groups in society, it's fair to say it's completely ignored the original peoples. She later adds, whether the reform of law is manifested in politics or property matters, it must be emancipated from its past. In short, the law must be repatriated. It's this notion of repatriation, or the detangling of the legal framework from its colonial baggage, that I drew on in my research. And this brings me to the third point I'd like to make this morning. CARICOM's call for reparations provided a new stimulus to the issue of cultural returns from the perspective of historical justice, reconciliation and Indigenous peoples' rights. And that corresponds to the three rationales for returns conceived by Anna Bordoliak in her seminal book on international law, museums and the return of cultural objects. And that is the link between people and place and cultural objects, righting historical wrongs and self-determination. So, for example, in October 2015, the Santa Rosa First Peoples community of Trinidad organised a symposium on the question of restitution and reparations. And that was held at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. I was lucky to be in attendance. No specific call was made for the return of cultural objects, but references were made to the return of Caribbean cultural material more broadly, in addition to the desire to find out more information about such material. I observed similar discourse at academic conferences in Nassau, the Association of Caribbean Historians annual meeting, Edinburgh, Repairing the Past, Imagining the Future, and Leiden on the Poetics and Politics of Redress. And this is reflected in point 4 of the 10-point plan, which refers to the existence in Europe of museums and institutions that serve to reinforce within the consciousness of their citizens an understanding of their role in history as rulers and change agents, but that conversely, Caribbean school teachers and researchers do not have the same opportunity, as there are no such institutions in the Caribbean. A sense of cultural loss is one of the looming legacies among contemporary Indigenous communities in the region, especially in the islands. And that cultural heritage, broadly conceived, can play an important role in redress, both in terms of physical returns, but also, and perhaps more importantly, in terms of access to information. So if we take just one example, the British National Archives in Kew Gardens in London has a rich collection of historical records detailing the correspondence between the British Foreign Office and the residents of the Kalinago territory in Dominica. And it's a wealth of information on the agitation and activism and agency of the Kalinago themselves. Because, well, it contains not only this correspondence, but it also contains maps and other information. And yet it's not accessible to the Kalinago or people living in Dominica. There's something fundamentally wrong about the fact that these records are located far away from the people to whom they most relate. There's also the question of cultural objects located in European museums. And that was the subject of research conducted within the same research project in Leiden in the Netherlands. And that was conducted by a former colleague of mine, Mariana Francoso. So concrete requests for the return of cultural material to the Caribbean have been lacking, but this is due in part to the lack of information about these collections. My colleague researched the profile and nature of Caribbean archaeological collections in terms of their provenience and provenance, so the origins and the trajectory of them. And we wrote a joint paper placing these in the context of the international legal framework, and it was called Caribbean Collections in European Museums and the Question of Returns. What Mariana found in her research of 59 European museums that contained objects from the Caribbean region, and that included anything from one piece up to thousands of pieces. What she found was that important historical pieces represent quite a small percentage of the total museum collections, and that the majority of present-day museum collections comprise numerous lithic, so stone pieces, as well as ceramics and ceramic sherds resulting from archaeological excavations from the late 19th century to the early 20th century. And these collections often lack documentation about their archaeological contexts, and questions of their exact origins are often difficult to tackle. Well-known Caribbean masterpieces that have made the headlines include those rare cases where issues of repatriation have been raised. So, for example, the Taino wooden sculptures from Jamaica, which are still in the British Museum. And actually, they were requested by Jamaica for the quincentenary of Columbus. Jamaica requested the return of the Taino, I think just on loan for an exhibition, and the British Museum refused. And this is something that Wayne Modest writes about. And, you know, that refusal was obviously not met with acceptance by the Jamaicans themselves, because, the Taino are actually originally from Jamaica. But this is the British Museum adopts this position in relation to a lot of different requests for loan and return. So the issue of cultural heritage is appealing for its potential to unify the various communities represented in the Caribbean Reparatory Justice Programme, because access to cultural material heritage conceived broadly, so not just cultural objects, but historical documents, maps, and ethnographic pieces, and so on. It's a problem not only for Indigenous peoples, but also for Caribbean society more broadly. And although the majority of Caribbean collections were acquired in accession into museums before the entry into force of the current conventions that prohibit the illicit removal of cultural material, so including the 1970 UNESCO Convention and the 1995 UNIDROIT Convention, it doesn't matter, because the ongoing separation from this cultural material arguably represents a violation of the right to take part in cultural life, which includes the right of access to and preservation of cultural goods. In addition, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which I'm sure Federico Lanzarini was speaking about yesterday, specifically mentions the right to practice and revitalise cultural traditions and customs. And that includes the right to maintain, protect, and develop the past, present, and future manifestations of culture. So it's really about the ongoing violation rather than focusing on whether something was legal or illegal at the time of its original removal. In the context of Caribbean reparations, means of repairing loss and rebuilding cultural institutions can be greatly facilitated by European governments through political channels. So archival documents and cultural material could be made accessible via bilateral agreements with European institutions, leading to digitization of material and returns. At present, access to such documents and material can be difficult, if not impossible, for many Caribbeans. Funds should be made available for the digitization of those relevant archives that have yet to be digitized, such as the records dealing with the Carinago territory in Dominica, located at the British National Archives at Kew Gardens. A lot of the files related to St. Vincent are also there, although a lot of them are handwritten, but they really need to be digitized because it's a huge problem in terms of accessibility. Assistance with costs involved in preserving cultural heritage sites, the return of certain important pieces, and other agreements with European museums could all be considered. If reparatory justice also includes rewriting the past in a more equitable way, then it's axiomatic that the materials required to write that past be made available and accessible for Caribbean citizens in the present. Furthermore, part of rebuilding cultural institutions is premised on the accessibility and availability of cultural resources. So in terms of cultural rights, another example is the island of Ballysoe, which you will all be much more familiar with than me as a site of memory. The last time I was in St. Vincent, the island was up for sale by private treaty, and that no longer seems to be the case. In any event, the state is within its rights to regulate land use on its own territory, and that includes protecting the island as a heritage site. If the government were to issue a compulsory purchase order, the likely cost would be quite significant, and that begs the question of whether the responsibility should fall on the government of St. Vincent, when it was another government who originally was responsible for the genocidal acts that took place on the island and further afield. So the last point I'd like to make this morning relates to the necessity of integrating reparations into wider debt cancellation and global patterns of international development, trade and investment, as well as environmental conservation and measures to offset carbon emissions. So climate change is another form of injustice perpetrated against the Caribbean and other global south regions as a result of lifestyles of the wealthy in other parts of the world. It's precisely because of the global inequalities that were brought about by colonialism, slavery and indigenous land appropriation that vulnerabilities to climate change are exacerbated. Viewed through the lens of ongoing violations, therefore, the integration of reparations is not only a matter of righting past wrongs, but a way to amend current rights violations, resulting in the sacrificing of some regions in favour of others. As noted by Amanda Beyer in her recent book on spatial justice in the Caribbean, as the region faces existential threats in the form of climate change, globalization, and other drivers of unsustainable development, societies are in danger of destabilizing when economic livelihoods are extinguished to make room for exclusive resorts and marinas. Cultural practices are eroded as emigration increases, and visions for the future are undermined by the prospects of sea level rise. There has been support from the private sector for a Marshall Plan type of investment in the Caribbean as a way to contribute to reparatory justice, which is very positive. At the same time, though, any trade and investment agreement made in the context of reparations needs to be carefully crafted so that the power imbalances that often exist between developing states and investors are not further exacerbated, and that the investments are favourable to Caribbean citizens and sustainable place-based development rather than servicing former metropoles. And I think I'll end it there. I don't know how I'm doing for time. But thank you again for the opportunity to speak at this important event. And please do let me know if you have any questions or comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for that very stimulating and interesting presentation. Amy, I would like to I have a question in relation to the issue of lands which were taken, particularly in the case of St. Vincent, lands which were taken by the former colonial power prior to independence, that is in the 1700s, 1800s, and then later the state it became an independent state. How do you suggest, or what would be your thoughts on how far back is it possible to go to address the issue of claiming these lands, which are now part of the modern state series of which are now private property within the modern state?
Thank you. Yeah. So lands that are now private property or public property. Private property. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear. I can't hear you. Sorry.
Public state property.
State lands. Okay. This is a difficult question.
In the case of St. Vincent, there was a survey done in 1773 or thereabouts, at which distinct and definitive amount of land was delineated as quote unquote heritage. After the war, after 1797, that was taken over. That is now, and that was delineated on a maps which exists today. So just your thoughts. So
yes, so I know the maps you're referring to, and the treaties at the time. So it depends on your perspective. So from an international law perspective, there's a recognition that Indigenous people's land rights do not depend on domestic law, but are actually an international law issue. However, it depends on the situation in the relevant state. So for example, if there's a situation whereby Indigenous peoples in the state are at a disadvantage compared to other people and have no land security when other people do, then there is a legal entitlement to have some form of a recognition of collective right to property. So you can see this, for example, in the case law of the Inter-American Court. In the cases I referred to, they all refer to lands that are inhabited by Indigenous peoples, but they don't have any title, private, collective or individual, and the government is just issuing licenses for extraction or logging activities in the area, and that forces them to go to the courts to try and access some form of justice. The situation in the islands is different. Now, I am conscious that I haven't been to the islands myself in over 7 years now. But when I was there at the time, the issues in the islands were more related to land security rather than rather than the state taking land away for resource extraction or dispossessing people for some form of development. Now, I know that happens all the time. There's the privatization of public space for marinas and tourist resorts and things like that. But it really depends on the islands. My view is that it depends on the situation vis-a-vis other inhabitants in the islands. So, for example, if there's a inequality in the way Indigenous peoples are being treated in the islands, then yes, I would say that there's an international legal obligation on the part of the state, on the part of the island states, to remedy that. But if there's no unequal position between Indigenous peoples and descendants of Indigenous peoples in the islands and other people living in the islands, then it'd be very difficult to make a legal case. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions in relation to the presentation? We are moving along, if not, because we have just one, two,
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My question is tied to the statement you made in relation to within Dominica, St. Vincent and Trinidad, there's a contestation of negative stereotypes in terms of the Indigenous peoples or societies. I'm curious, what negative stereotypes have you identified, and in what ways are they contested?
Thank you for your question. So So again, I haven't traveled to the region in over 7 years. So most of my recent research is desk-based. But when I did travel and when I was doing my previous research, this discrimination was, anecdotally, it was just people told me about it, but it was catalogued by, for example, the UN Special Rapporteur on the field of cultural rights, who made a report. And it was also catalogued in some of the reports of the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the third committee, between various years, so dating back from the 80s up till about 2006. And it referred to the idea that, especially in Dominica, for example, that there were derogatory associations attached to the Kalinago, and in Trinidad you could still see. So, for example, the Trinidad Authority of I can't remember the name. Charag. Not pronouncing it right. I'll find it for you in a moment. That there was still this idea that the Kalinago and the native people were cannibals, and I mean that was being trotted out, including on official web portals of local authorities. So, and that's just it's erroneous. And Basil Reid, the historian from Trinidad, writes about this in Myths of Caribbean History. So that kind of stereotyping. So the idea that somehow the native peoples were cannibals, and the usual stereotyping that happens when people are speaking of indigenous peoples, that those are reifying the colonial narratives that served to justify the appropriation of land. But of course, you don't see much of that now, I think, because there's been strides made, especially by people in the islands, to agitate against those negative stereotypes. So, for example, in the Kalinago territory, it used to be called, legally, it was referred to as the Carib territory. So that term Carib has now been almost entirely erased from the discourse and the nomenclature in favour of Kalinago, which is a more appropriate term. You can see the same in some of the other islands as well. In Trinidad, you have the removal of these references to cannibalism from the web portals of certain local authorities. So that kind of thing. So, and I think that's in great part due to the agitation and due to the work of like the Santa Rosa First Peoples Community, the Garifuna Heritage Foundation, and the Kalinago. So it's been a sort of a labour. Does that answer your question? I can't actually hear you. I'm sorry.
Question was coming. Right at the moment, there is a discussion in relation to the aspect of your talk on return of cultural objects. In recent months, there has been an indication that there's chatouilles labeled, one of an artifact which is being held currently by an entity in the UK, and which they are seeking to return to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That hasn't happened yet because there seem to be some arrangements or some discussions, I would say, in relation to this object, which I understand negotiations and discussions are currently being held between the Foreign Affairs of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Foreign Affairs Office in the UK or that similar entity. My question is, how much, and I recall you mentioning that one of the objects that you was in Jamaica at the time, which they weren't sure that it was time or something. How much verification or how far, how difficult or challenging is it to get these objects returned, and who makes the decision?
So in this case, with return of cultural objects, it's mostly done through these extrajudicial channels, so not through courts. So one way is through governments, so political channels. Another way is directly with the museums that have them. but that presupposes a willingness on the part of the museum. And some museums are more open than others. The British Museum, not at all. You know, if you're going to approach the British Museum for the return of cultural objects. But there have been some museums, like the museum I referred to in Leiden, the Museum of Volkenkunde, they actually have an open policy. They want communities to contact them, and they want to work with communities to collaborate on potentially returning these objects. So it depends on the institution to a large extent. Now, there is a human rights argument made for the return of these objects, a very clear one. The problem again comes back to how do you enforce it in a court? Because often the courts will have these very strict requirements for things like time. So they'll say, it was taken out of the country before we have these modern international instruments that make it illegal to remove cultural material from another territory. So there's that issue of being time barred if we're looking at it from the lens of a legal, like a justiciable legal claim. But there's a lot of good faith activity happening in this area, but it really depends on the institution. But the more information you have, and you could also bring in academics, people who are involved in being able to identify the provenience of objects. So if you know that this is a piece that's linked to Châteaubriand, the person who identified it as such, you try and get that person to help as well, because like most academics want their work to be useful, and if this person has identified it as a piece belonging to Châteaubriand, then you could involve them in the process of approaching the institution. Yes, and political channels are always a good first port of call, and if that doesn't work out, then go to the institution directly, or even just start with the institution directly, because I don't know where it is, because this is news to me, and I'll inform my former colleague. I'd say she'd be very interested to know that. So yeah, it depends on the institution is my short answer.
Yes, I can get that information too, because it seems as though we were there. It's definitely in UK, and there's some room to return it. But does the institution that's holding it in the UK have a right to insist on, or have a right to insist that it control the place where it is going to, under which it will be held in the future?
Well, if it's going to be adjudicated under their national law, then yes, they have the final say, because unfortunately the problem with the some of the institutions like the British Museum is that they have a board, and their hands are tied according to the terms of reference. So a lot of the time they can't actually, even if there are individuals in the museum who want to return something, their hands are tied by these terms of reference that say the duty of the board is to make sure that all the collections stay, intact or something. And often it doesn't really matter if it's unethical for them. It's often just completely unethical, actually. So what you need is kind of a wider, even media to follow the story, because once there's a greater public awareness of it, there's more scrutiny on the institution. And I think that does actually help. A few years ago in France, for example, Macron commissioned this report called the Sarre Savoy report from Felwine Sarre and Benedict Savoy. And they wrote this over 200-page report, basically advising the French government that they should gather all the information that is in France on African collections that were basically looted from Africa during the colonial period, and that they should mandate those museums to return those objects on request from African cultural institutions. And that's actually been put in place now. I think it's the first European country that's actually actively made it a policy priority to have all those things returned. The UK hasn't done the same. So in the meantime, things that help are things like getting the media on side, making it a public issue. Because if it's something related to Châteaubriand, I mean, that's hugely significant for St. Vincent. So it would be very hard to see how that could be refused. But in terms of a legal claim before a court, it'd be difficult. So, for example, recently, Greece, an NGO in Greece tried to have the Parthenon marbles returned before the European Court of Human Rights. But of course, the court dismissed the claim and said that that the case was relating to the original taking of the marbles, and that happened years ago before the European Convention on Human Rights even entered into force. Even though the claimants tried to bring the claim into the time jurisdiction of the court, because they argued that they were arguing that the UK refused to mediate on return, and then that was one of the first arguments they said, and they said it was violating the Greek people's collective right to property. But I think there's a much stronger case in terms of Indigenous peoples and also former colonies, because there has to be that reparatory aspect to it as well, and the law has to face that. Unfortunately, we have these procedural obstacles. Yes, I don't know if that answers your question.
It has raised some very interesting elements which we may not be able to go into here, such as the substantive underlying issue of our court system itself, and the manner in which these court systems are objects or processes which were within the colonial experience themselves, which is a basic underlying issue, which I think we have to confront at some stage, not just at the level of the former colonies, but within the former colonial, in the now independent countries themselves. So I think that those issues should need to be aired and discussed and explored further into the future. All right.
I think you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Language is a very important part of our culture. With the replacement of our Garifuna language with the colonial English language, what advice would you give us in order to regain our Garifuna language?
That's a good question. I don't know if I have the answer to it. Yes, language revival is it's hugely significant. I mean, I'm not a linguist, but I am interested in languages and know that if you lose a language, you're losing a whole way of expressing yourself. And language is a part of culture, and we all have, I mean, especially Indigenous peoples have the right to revitalize culture. But it's challenging, I suppose, because it involves a massive educational effort, and that requires resources. It also requires a certain commitment, political commitment as well, for to integrate the language into school curricula. So I suppose if you're asking whether it's part of reparatory justice, I mean, I think that definitely is an onus on any cultural institution in Europe that might be able to contribute and help with that. But I'm not sure about the level of I actually don't know much about where research is happening on the Garifuna language, actually. And I'm sure there are some linguists working on the revival of the language. I personally don't know any, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can answer that question. I do think it's definitely a part of cultural rights. I do think there's a legal argument for it. I think in terms of cultural reparations, language is just as important, if not more important than any. But the mechanisms and how that could be achieved and realised, I suppose that has to come from, the Garifuna themselves in conjunction with anyone that you might find who's working on the linguistics of the language or reviving the language. Yes, and also I think that there's, you see this research happening, like, there's a lot of research grants in Europe and things like that. try and identify someone who's working on Indigenous languages of the Caribbean and advocate for them to apply for research grants that will help revive the language, or that'll include a program where that could be a goal, an objective towards that, you know. I mean, I actually think I didn't go far enough probably when I said reparatory justice isn't part, you know, it has to be integrated into other policy areas. Education, I forgot to mention education. It's such a crucial aspect of that, and research, that, you know, if we're thinking about these things, we have to actually include them in the structure of research funds as well, so that they're benefiting and not just extracting, because some research is quite extractive still, unfortunately.
And well, we have a lot to think about from this presentation. We have heard from Dr. Amy Strecker on the topic, revival, recognition, restitution, international law and reparatory justice for Indigenous peoples in the Caribbean. I would like to thank Amy for her excellent presentation, and I would like us to give her a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for having me.
To the next presentation.
Thank you.
Yes. Elements of preparatory justice for Indigenous people in Belize, and our speaker is Ms. Tina Zuniga.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Ms. Sheena Zuniga is the president of the National Garifuna Council of Belize, and she's also the vice chair of the Belize Network of NGOs and Belize Indigenous Council. Now, she works full-time in the Marketing and Communications Department at the University of Belize. Ms. Zuniga's work experience includes being a graphic designer, curator at the Belize Garifuna Museum, and logistics manager. She also works with the media, organizes press conferences and morning show appearances, and promotes the university. She also assists with events, event management, partnerships, and agreements with the stakeholders and other universities and organizations. She's a dedicated worker and goes beyond the call of duty to complete a task. She believes that it is in service that we truly find the meaning of life. It is our dream and aspiration to create safe haven for people who have been affected by depression and sexual abuse, by giving them a voice and resources to heal. Ms. Zuniga is passionate about our culture and wants to make a positive change to pave the way for the future of the NGC. I present to you Ms. Sheena Zuniga.
Good morning. My name is Sheena Zuniga. I am the current president of National Garifuna Council, Belize. It is my pleasure to be here today to present to you virtually. The topic I will be presenting on is continuing challenges of Indigenous communities from colonialism to post-independence. On April 12, 1797, the Garifuna people were first forcibly removed from their homeland in St. Vincent and dumped on the island of Roatan. The Garifuna are descendants of exiles who were caught, imprisoned, and transported to Central America on 11 ships from July 1796 to March 1797 on the island of Balisao. To survive as best as they could, they proceeded to the mainland and moved along the coastline of the Caribbean, along the Caribbean coast of Central America. This displacement took 3 migration routes. The need for this migration route was driven by the need of them surviving, finding a living for themselves, and using the resources from the land and sea that were available to them. The first migration route that they took was north from Trujillo to Livingston in what is now called Guatemala, where they settled in 1802. The second was across the Bay of Honduras to the British settlement at the mouth of the Belize River, where it was documented in 1802 that there was 150 persons there. The mass migration in Dangriga in Belize was in 1823. The third migration route that was known was southward from Trujillo and resulted in the establishment of Orinoco and other Garifuna villages on the bank of the Pearl Lagoon in what is now Nicaragua. The Central American countries now inhabited by the Garifuna did not exist at the time of their dispersal following the arrival in Roatan. The relocation to the mainland. Just a quick note that on July 1st, 1823, the Central American Province declared independence under the name United Province of Central America. And that caused a split into separate countries we know today between the 1940s and 1850s. Guatemala declared itself a sovereign republic in 1847 and entered into a treaty with Great Britain in 1859 to limit the expansionist activities of the settlers, establishing the Sarsoon River as the new official southern boundary of what became British Honduras, a British colony in 1862. The Garifuna people were well established in the coastal areas they now inhabit in what are now Belize, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua by the time all this occurred. When the Garifuna exiles arrived in Roatan, they were given food, fishing and farming tools, and planting materials. It was also noted that much of the food had suffered water damage, so another ship was sent with additional supplies, although it was diverted by the settlers at the mouth of the Belize River because they were experiencing a famine, and there were reports that the Carib had defected to the Spanish in Trujillo. From the foregoing, it is clear that the Garinago were expected to take responsibility for their subsistence by utilizing their skills and available land and marine resources. They could not have been expected to buy land, nor could they have been expected to have limited access to marine resources. As a result, they did what was expected of them. They spread to the north, west, and south, settling on available lands along the Central America's Caribbean coast, utilizing land and marine resources for their livelihood and survival. Let me focus a little on the Garifuna people who are living in Belize. Belize is approximately 8,867 square miles. Belize is bordered on the east by the Caribbean Sea, on the north and northwest by Mexico, and on the west and south by Guatemala. Belize consists of 6 major administrative areas or districts. The national population of Belize indicates that 6.9% of Belize's population identify as Garifuna, stated in 2016. The percentage of Garifuna per district is as follows. Corozal, 0.9%, Orange Walk, 0.8%, Belize, 6.4%, Cayo, 2%, Sand Creek District, 27.5%, and Toledo District, 6.1%. The statistics was gathered from the National Population and Housing Census, Belize, that was done in 2010. The Garifuna are a group of coastal people, as mentioned before, who live in coastal villages because we survive on what we use as farms and what we fish for. The worldview of the Garifuna ancestral culture expresses a harmonious relationship with nature, believing that human beings, like other beings, is a creation of the universe. Thus, the relationship between man and nature must be based on respect and harmony, never on violence, emphasizing the importance of building resilience in these coastal communities in Belize. We were never expected to have purchased land or have limited resources. As a result, we were self-sufficient. An important practice in Garifuna culture is the cultivation, harvesting, and supply of adequate foodstuffs such as grain, roots, cassava, salted fish, and so on. Prior to the season of national phenomena, such as hurricanes, this is the living in harmony with nature. The spread of modern technology and the influence of Western culture has resulted in a major threat in traditional and distinctive cultural songs, dances, drumming, food practices for the Garinagu. Due to colonization and trying to adopt into society, significant pressure was applied to the Garifuna to assimilate and they embraced the opportunity to serve at a great cost to themselves and their culture. It cannot be denied that the majority of Belizeans were educated by Garifuna teachers who were pressed into service in every corner of the country, because the persons recruited as teachers were the brightest and the best. They were lost to their communities of origin, and they would otherwise have been the ones leading the development of those communities and their response to pressure from outside. Instead, they were engaged countrywide as agents of an alien culture and power, an experience that was bought to change them as well as their fellow Garinagus, who looked up to them and saw them as role models. To Educate a Nation by Jeremy Enriquez chronicles the experience of his teacher, grandfather, and his grandmother, the teacher's wife, and is recommended reading to illustrate the invaluable service provided by the Garifuna teachers and their families, as well as the high price that they and other Garinagu paid for the privilege. One of the consequences was the acceleration of the shift from self-sufficiency and a complete reliance on land and marine resources for livelihood to reliance on wage labor. Another was the cultural shift, the erosion of the Garifuna language and culture that's painfully evident in so many other communities of our communities today. The Garifuna have fully integrated into Belize society. Many of us no longer speak or are fluent in Garifuna language. Many of us are unfamiliar with Garifuna traditions and social norms. Many of us no longer feel the connection to the land and sea, which were central to the Garifuna way of life. We've become teachers, engineers, accountants, lawyers, doctors, just to name a few, and have generally gravitated towards working. We have also lost the meaning of Abu Amorino, which is the Garifuna way of life. I for you, you for me. When Garinago fairs came to what we now know as Belize, they established settlements south of the Saboon River because of for various reasons. They were not welcome to establish any communities within the settlement of Belize, whose southern border at that time was the Saboon River. A while after Garinago have established their communities, the southern border of Belize became the Starsoon River, and at that point, the Garifuna settlement became a part of Belize. In effect, the Garinago were already settled in the area when the land became the Saboon River, and the Starsoon River became a part of Belize. The Garifuna people were into farming and fishing and actively using the land for harvesting of housing material and for sacred rites well before the British took jurisdiction of the land between the Saboon and Starsoon rivers. Garifuna communities were self-sufficient and productive at an earlier stage in our country's development. Garifuna people at that time contributed significantly to the agricultural industry, the citrus as well as the citrus industry. As individuals, they worked their lands and exploit the sea to feed themselves and sell the surplus to meet their other needs. Some people did not venture out to seek employment in the forest industry and elsewhere, but they also tended to do temporary arrangements and did not have a significant effect on the population. Over time, we have seen a dramatic decline over the years of our residents for our communities because the need to seek better opportunities for ourselves. Government officials have a tendency to look at our communities and see only what they appear to be today. The decision maker does not include us significantly in decision making. They just see us as assist the people engaging in the historical process. Schools are a very powerful tool that has been effectively used to serve society's dominant interests. Our language, history, spirituality, and other aspects of our culture, on the other hand, have not received serious attention in our towns, villages, and schools. Again, as mentioned previously, majority of the Garinago were teachers under the Catholic administration. When they were teachers, they were not able to speak their language. They had to speak the British language, the English. That also affected us losing our culture because our teachers no longer practiced the Garifuna language. As a result, we are currently witnessing an identity crisis among our young children, the majority of whom are unable to speak, let alone read and write their native language, and have no idea where they came from or who they are. As a result, they've become vulnerable to the North's messages that they have seen on the television. They are geared toward what is happening in social media and different talk shows. So at this time, a lot of our young people are misguided on who they are. They don't know their history, they don't know their identity, and they're not able to relate to the Garifuna culture. There are those who would argue that it is the business of the homes to teach the ancestral language and culture to our children, and that is not the proper role of the school. To respond to that by saying firstly, that when it is convenient, we are often told that the school belongs to the community and it should serve the community. The school has such credibility that what it values is valued by the community, and what it ignores or devalues is also automatically labeled as not sufficient, not important. A third point to make here, if schools can be used as an instrument of teaching foreign languages like English and Spanish to the extent that some of us are more comfortable using them, then our own ancestral languages would be able, it's not going to be difficult for us to adapt to that. The danger from within arises from the fact that we are fast losing the identity and cultural strength that enable our ancestors to resist great hardships. We learned and thought the history, language, and culture of those who colonized us and are losing ours. Consequently, we've become vulnerable and allowed others to define us and our rights according to their pleasure. Clearly, this is something that we have to address with some urgency. History shows that we have never really been welcome into the territories we settled subsequent to our exile to Central America. This partly explained why we settled the less populated coastal areas that were largely outside of the effective control of the governmental authorities of the day. When the authority eventually reached our communities, we cooperated and offered our services as teachers and public servants. Indications today are that the institution of education has continued to erode our cultural identity, leading us to turn away from our traditional values. And there is growing perception in the Garifuna community in Belize that some serious gatekeeping is preventing Garifuna professionals from reaching from retaining their positions at the highest level in public service. Furthermore, our lands have been sold, or are seriously threatened everywhere as a social fabric at the economic life of our communities. The colonizers held the view that the land was not actually under cultivation, was wasted, that the existence of such land was an indication that the natives were not using it and did not need it. From then in St. Vincent, we were fighting for our lands, and we still continue to fight for our lands. This was justified the appropriation of unused lands and their assignments to settlers who could make use of the land. They did not understand that while women cultivated plots to feed their families, uncultivated spaces were necessary for shifting cultivation, as explained above, as well as for hunting and the collection of material for housing, craft, and other purposes. Depriving the natives of use such spaces was limiting their capacity to make a living. As we discuss these issues of what we experience and what we've lost and what lessons learned from the colonial leaders' influence on our culture, we reflect on reparation. How can we get back what was lost? How can we be compensated for what was lost? There is no amount of money that can help us restore what we've lost as a culture. There's no amount of money that can help us fix the damage that we can do. All we can do is put things in place to try to restore what was lost for our historical preservation. But as we speak on reparation, what exactly is reparation? Reparation is defined as the process of repairing the consequences of crimes committed, as well as the attempt to remove the debilitating effects of such crimes on victims and their descendants in a reasonable manner. According to international law, the economic and social system known as chattel slavery, the legal the legal denial of people's right to human identity and control over their bodies was and continues to be a crime against humanity, subject to reparatory justice. Reparation seeks to reconcile victims and beneficiaries. As such, it is a conciliatory and non-confrontational. It aims to restore equity in social relations, equality before the law, and justice within the human diversity that characterize humanity. One of the primary goals of reparation is to ensure that no African descendant is left in a slavery-like state of poverty and powerlessness. Because as an undifferentiated human collective, our enslaved African ancestors were all brought to the so-called New World against their will, and were all deposited at the very bottom of a structure of exploitation and disposition. As a result, they are all shared a common predicament, and were engaged in a common struggle to survive and escape the imposed condition. Over time, some of us have been more fortunate than others in escaping the slavery-like condition of the prevailing social order. However, many of us continue to live in slave-like conditions of poverty. As a result, we must resolve not to abandon any Black sister and brother in such a situation. One of the first acts of the British colonizers, in 1764 was 1 year after the conquest and acquisition of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, was to declare that all land in the islands belonged to the British Crown. This deprived the Kalinago and the Garifuna, the so-called Black Carib, descendants of the original Caribs and Africans, of their lands which they shared, except for a brief period from 1779 to 1783, when the French temporarily dislodged British occupation and settlement. British ruled over St. Vincent and the Grenadines was unbroken from 1763 until internal self-government in 1969 and formal independence in 1979. The Garifuna Kalinago Nation fought the British colonizers from 1764 to 1795. The issue of land was central to popular indigenous resistance to British colonizers. The British took the lands of the Kalinago and Garifuna on pretext after another, bit by bit, chunks by chunks. In 1795, and in subsequent skirmish, the British finally defeated the Kalinago people. The Garifuna community felt the full force of Britain's official genocide policy in the Caribbean, as they forcibly deprived the Garinago and Kalinago people of their lands and profited directly from such forcible and illegal appropriation of land. What our hope is that as today, as we reflect on the effects of colonization, what can be done? Some of the things that can be done is to educate our people of what it is that we're looking for through this reparatory justice. We're looking for education, restoration of our language, to assist with financial support to preserve our cultural heritage, our dance, our drummings. We need to educate our people about what reparatory justice is and what it is our culture is moving forward. We need to have dialogues with international groups. We need to have more forums where Indigenous people can come together to voice their struggles so we can have one voice to speak on our issues. We need to network. That is just the beginning of education for our people. Thank you.
session, well, question. I should say session, very short session, I would want to leave. But I have one question just to begin the discussion. Is Ms. Tamida online?
Yes.
Okay. You spoke a lot about the hardcore history as it relates to Belize. I got a peek into Garifuna and what is happening in Belize as of intention. My first question is the teaching of Garifuna history in the classroom a compulsory curriculum or a part of the curriculum or not?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Sorry, I'm a bit hoarse. The teaching of the Garifuna culture, it is not compulsory, but it is done. Majority of the time, it is done when they have cultural activities or when it's November, to just give people a history of why they celebrate November the 19th. It's not a history as elaborate that I gave today. It's just a condensed version of our history.
Thanks for that. And my main question is, what might be, what does operation look like for you from where you're sitting? What does it look like for us, the relationship between Belize and St. Vincent?
Our relationship between Belize and St. Vincent, well, we don't have a really strong relationship, but through Ms. Ellis, we're starting to work together in different collaborations. I'm hoping that that's possible. I know we visited St. Vincent. We participate in different programs and outreach programs. So I think it's a good relationship, but we have room for it to develop into something better and bigger.
Okay, I'm not taking all the questions. We spoke also about, I don't know if you spoke about land or the presenter before, but land is something that came to mind. And we know that the Garifuna tribes in Belize, they are descendants of this part of St. Vincent. So as it relates to reparation, we're going back to the issue of land. Do you see anything, any connection there? Let's say we do get our reparations and Belize and St. Vincent, the networking we are now tighter. How do you see us going forward? Is it okay for descendants of St. Vincent, descendants of Vincentian living in the Garifuna community and come and claim land? How do you see it? What is it for you?
Okay, I'm just thinking, I don't really know how that would fit. That would be something I would really have to get back to you on, because I don't see how that fits in to saying you're saying that for St. Vincent, people from St. Vincent to be able to get land in Belize? I'm just trying. I didn't hear you quite well.
Because now we are more or less the mother country, more or less, right? Mm-hmm. So in the reparation, the discussion of reparations and so on, and claiming part of where they're from, originally from. How do you see that fitting into your study or anything? Is there any discussion or thoughts about it? Claiming.
Thank you. I haven't had any thoughts about that or how that would play in. That's something I feel like I would have to do more research on and discussion.
So open for yeah, watch.
Hi, good morning. My name is Hayden Bilinji, and I was asked to speak here at this conference, but I wasn't sure that we'd be here today, but I flew in last night. So just wanted to say how intrigued I was listening to your presentation. And a few things crossed my mind. One being the fact that we speak very much of preparatory justice, and this is for something that is external to us. But there's so many things that are internal to us that is under our control that we have not done right as yet. We talk very highly about the fact that culture is a defining factor in who we are and our expressions as Garifuna people, yet our language is missing in new domain. We speak highly of this every time we are at an international forum, but the actions on the ground never translate to anything tangible. I know education and culture may not be sexy topics for votes, but I still think that our governments over the years have not taken an interest in ensuring that this is a factor in our schools. I've seen instances where laws and policies were implemented on the fly because of conveniences. How come after so many years we have not given this a priority? How come so many years we have not given this importance in our culture? Language is a defining factor in who we are as Garifuna people. What are we going to do going forward? Are we going to continue talking about it as a subject, or are we going to make it a subject in our schools? I want to say this because it is very passionate and something I've really wanted to see happen for so many years. Context, I am Garifuna. I'm proud Garifuna. And I've done work to promote the Garifuna culture within St. Vincent and Grenadines and overseas. Case in point, we produced a video 2 years ago featuring our Garifuna and our Kalinago existence and the importance of their family and the importance of their culture. And we would have won 3 international awards for that video. So we have tried to showcase the importance of Garifuna culture within St. Vincent and within the diaspora. But how can we start to make an impact here locally, starting with our language? Mouthful, but just a thought. Thank you.
Zoniga? Ms. Zoniga, are you still there? If you are, do you have any thoughts on what Mr. Bilinji just said?
Yes, I'm still here. Sorry. Thank you for your question. I think locally what you could do, I know that they are during the summertime, there's the summer program. Is that still continuing to revive the language? And I would suggest maybe we collaborate more. So especially with the Garifuna in the diaspora, we could start a collection of the different language books that they've had. I know here in Belize, there are different people who create different books regarding the preservation of Garifuna language with different items. Maybe those are something that we can collaborate to create different projects so we can work together and to share, within the diaspora, especially to St. Vincent. I think it would be better if we work more together as a Garifuna diaspora. We can get more from working with each other, pull our resources together so that we can create a program together for the restoration of the Garifuna language in St. Vincent, and that can be something that can be done within the diaspora. That's just my suggestion regarding the language.
That's a comment in relation to that issue. There have been many efforts, well, I wouldn't say many, but several efforts over the years to address the issue of teaching the language here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Sheena, this is Zoila and Strong. And it has been challenging because it requires a lot of resources. And I take the point that whilst there have been several statements made officially, there is a need up to as yet for some concrete program, which would be dealt with at the level of the school system. Now that is where we would need to have dialogue with the Ministry of Education, as well as the Ministry, well, basically the Ministry of Education. But in the meantime, it is, I think it would be useful to take on board what the President of the National Garifuna Council, Sheena, has just said on collaboration. And I am one that I do not believe in. I think that there also needs to be efforts on the ground in terms of developing the type of curriculum that could be presented, even in Belize, where, as you have heard, the language is undergoing its challenges. There is only one school, I believe, Sheena, you can correct me if I'm wrong, only one school in the country that uses the Garifuna language, the Grenadines school, and teaches it all throughout the school system. And that is also a difficulty. So we can think about going ahead with the development of a curriculum and a program which can be taught and or connected to the school system. But I think we have to do the work.
So good morning to everyone. My name is Vincent. I'm a proud Garifuna. I hail and we hail my family from the leeward side of Grenadines, an area that is not always so identified with Garifuna. But my father is able to trace our roots back to Delhi, France, on which categories of tenants. And the transfer of family roots and to be related to them. I'm here to set down. I had an opportunity to visit Belize several times. When I was president of the Ex-Teachers Association in New York, Mayor Dinkins, so that's City Hall, and Mayor Dinkins declared Garifuna Day there. But why I'm here, it relates to first of all lands and also the presentation that was made earlier. I was hoping that the keynote event did not take place, right? Was it not? It did, yeah. I missed it. And I wanted to ask that question, as well as a lawyer, if there was the treaty that was signed in 1773. Yes. The treaty that was signed in 1773 that seemed to be broken and initiated that first Pirate War, perhaps. If a nation has eventually in 1917 or 1917 went through war was defeated, how much does that particular treaty stand? Because in the last presentation, I know that was a brief presentation, it did not identify the actual treaty. So I'm curious as to the legal standing of that particular treaty, which was signed, which was broken, irrespective of conflict that took place after. Would that nullify those treaties, or will that be used as the whole process of reparations and justifying reparations? But before that question is answered, there's some land beyond the Wallago River, which is about 300 acres, in which a certain Lieutenant Colonel Etrington was able to occupied. Beyond that was supposed to be Arab settlement, and below that, where settlers were allowed to raid. But he occupied that particular this land, 300 acres. We are about, in the next few weeks, in the process of redistributing that to farmers of the area. And I know the issue in relation to whether persons from Belize or anywhere else in the world of Garifuna descent may have land, but I want to reassure that in terms of these lands, which did fall under this one of those treaties, that we are seeing that they are now being officially, with deeds and leases and so being handed over to farmers and so forth on the legal side of it. I mention that because I recognize the issue of lands is always going to be an issue. And I think that our discussion really needs to be opened up in relation to persons who are abroad looking at that whole process. But my main question is more in relation to that 1770s, whether it still has any significance in the whole scheme of things with respect to reparations.
Thank you for that question. Is Dr. Strecker still online? Dr. Strecker, if you're there.
I am still on. I'm still here. Hello. That's an interesting. I'm not sure. So the question relates to the treaty and the lands near Solibia, if I understood correctly. And the lands are currently being redistributed to farmers. Yes. So the legal situation there, usually when there's independence, so the new state, so the current state is supposed to assume in state succession, there's a precedent to say that the state assumes the legal responsibility. So that happened, for example, in New Zealand with the Maori, so the Treaty of Waitangi. The New Zealand government assumed the treaty responsibilities that, from previous treaties that were agreed upon between the Crown and the Maori people. The difference between New Zealand, though, and some other sort of settler colonies like New Zealand, Australia, America, Canada, the usual settler colonies, is that the governments in those countries, they are direct descendants of the original oppressors. So they assume the responsibility in a much clearer sense. And the Caribbean is a bit more complicated because the current governments, they're not all descendant of, the white colonizers. So you have a different level of responsibility. Also because you have a very mixed ethnic makeup of society, and there's a perception on some scholars, especially let's say in islands where there are no self-identifying Indigenous people, although you could argue that everyone is Indigenous in the Caribbean. The Jamaican scholar Wayne Modest makes this argument that you cannot apply the same conditions of indigeneity in the Caribbean context because of these factors. So in terms of land, I'm sorry, it's a very long-winded answer. In terms of land, it's a difficult one. It's the responsibility of the current state is the short answer, and the current state has a legal responsibility to uphold the land rights of its Indigenous peoples, but only to the extent that there is a level of inequality that exists between Indigenous peoples in the current independent era. So that's the case, of course, in many countries. But in St. Vincent, I'm at the moment not familiar enough with the situation to probably comment on that specific case. And that's just being honest. So I don't know whether that was the specific question or whether that's answered it in any way.
As you're on, I happen to be in the UK in September, and a large group of representatives from various Garifuna nations were there in the UK, and they had a reception at the consulate, and they expressed, well, the presentation there was twofold, because it was said that by now there would have been a water goblet or water ladle that would have been, you could say, repatriated to St. Vincent by March of this year. Chateliers, mostly used by Chateliers. And I was curious. I expected that I would come here and see the ladle. I expected that it would be present here, so something's wrong. When I came yesterday, I was trying to call the consulate. I realized it was a little too late to find out what happened to the ladle, you know? But I was taken by something else. They were also there to go down to Southampton to visit a prison that apparently several hundred Garifuna who had been captured during the Second War had been taken to and would have been imprisoned there, they believe, for life. And I tried to make contact with the gentleman, I think it's Mr. Perez, to find out what has happened. I haven't been able to get the information. But I think this is such vital, these two items. I'm sure these are things that come up have come up before, but I want to know what happened to Chatelier's ladle, and I want to know what happened to these several hundred or several dozen prisoners of war who were taken to England, imprisoned, prisoners of war. And I know this wasn't the time for that topic, but I thought that I may not have another opportunity to express this, Georgia. And I don't know if anybody could answer those questions. I want to know what happened to Chatelier's ladle and what happened in relation to these prisoners of war, if they're also going to be part of the evidence with respect to reparations.
Yep.
There are two, as a student of history, and those questions are two nice areas of research. So I wish that we had younger youths here who are interested in researching history, especially that which you spoke about in Southampton, where Garifuna were in prison. It will be an interesting study. But for now, I don't think anybody else. Oh yes, Dr. Strickler, yes, there's something about the ladle earlier on. It's similar with something that occurred in Jamaica. Jamaica also a piece of it was supposed to be repatriated as well. But they were refused. They were refused the return. So yeah. But I think the ladle will come in its own time. But from our end.
She said the time.
Dr. Stricker, you have any comments, more information on the ladle?
No, unfortunately, I have no information on the ladle. It's news to me. I haven't heard about it before, and that's like absolutely it should be returned to St. Vincent. So I'd be interested in hearing where it is. Absolutely. Important. It would be very important. But no, I haven't heard it before today.
Right. Well, clearly it is in process of discussion between the Foreign Affairs office in the UK and the Vincentian Foreign Affairs Ministry, because we have been advised about that. The label is in negotiation as well, on its way of some manner of getting in here. So that's to answer your question. It's not here yet. But in relation to the prisoners of war, I did understand that at some point prisoners of war Garifuna prisoners of war were sent to the UK. And we don't know much about that, but that is like Ayana, I agree with Ayana, there's a need to research that. Because what happened after the war, the British, so the British colonial machinery took effect, and along with the French prisoners of war, picked up some Garifuna prisoners of war and took them back to England to be kept in prison there. But the details of that I'm not. All right. We continue with the panel. Thank you.
Okay, we want to move on to our next presenter. He's a filmmaker and visual artist from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, with a passion for stories that inspire and also provoke. He's interested in exploring how aesthetics can regenerate fresh connection with ancestry, tradition, and cultural identity. As he established a leading voice in the emerging Caribbean film industry, he has sharpened his advanced visual aesthetic and technical expertise to translate advanced concepts into beautiful forms that resonate with audiences on a high level. A core theme behind this young man's visual style is resistance, and testimony to the transformative power and impact that art has in society. He's an alumnus of the University of the West Indies and the prestigious International School of Film and Television in Cuba. This young man has overseen the creative direction and execution of numerous projects for some of the Caribbean's top brands and some international companies, and has also worked in different capacities on award-winning fiction and documentaries. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Ashley Alton.
So the film is
Yes.
Today, I'm really honored to be here. I've been coming to this conference for years now, talking to the different delegates who would come through and sort of share with us, bring some of this knowledge back. Is it okay? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, so today what I would like to do is to share a film with you. As a sort of introduction, I guess what I want to say is that for me, story is everything. One of the dangers of sort of like growing up in the remnants of empire is that you're fed one story, and that story, I guess it does kind of position us in the space of a victim. And we sort of like continue this story by not confronting it and not creating our own version of it. So I've sort of like dedicated my time and maybe my life to sort of like confronting some of these stories or some of these challenges that were left to us. As a sort of gift of my journey, I came into contact with the University of Wales, Trinity St. David. And what happened is the university apparently was funded by a plantation owner who owned the Camden Park estates 200 years ago. In 1834, when we got emancipation, he was paid £4,000 as his plan to reparations. He took that money and donated it to creating the university. So 200 years in the future, which is now,
the University of Wales got in touch with our Prime Minister, and they had a conversation. And I guess in their efforts to sort of atone for that legacy, they decided to give us some scholarships. That is about £1 million, which is the equivalent of that £4,000 200 years ago. And they also contacted yours truly to sort of help them explain the truth behind how things went. But before they contacted yours truly, they contacted Dr. Adrian Fraser. And for most of last year, he was doing research in the archives, trying to get a better understanding of what happened in Camden Park. And out of the interaction, we managed to make a film, which I'd like to present to you today. Yeah, it's called Sugarland. It's about 45 minutes, and I hope you enjoy it. Also, I want to thank Mrs. Frida Sideroff for suggesting that the film be shown at the conference. She's the founder of the Garifuna Indigenous Film Festival.
See you on TV, man.
Nah, well.
I'd have to touch you.
So are you selling all this today?
Grenadines, you want to come in? It's okay? Yeah, we want to.
A lot of things are Grenadines.
Yeah. All right, come on now, sir. Thank you and all the best. All right.
Are you living up the road?
Yes, I'm living on the Prospect side. You travel that way this morning. Right. Yes, nice having you.
Out of all the Caribbean islands plundered and conquered by the British, St. Vincent and the Grenadines was one of the last to be colonized, and the only territory that has recorded less than a century under the system known as chattel slavery. While African enslaved people on the neighboring islands such as Barbados, Grenada, and St. Lucia were toiling on sugarcane, cotton, and tobacco plantations for more than 130 years, slavers had just begun to import captured Africans into the island named by the indigenous people as Garifuna, land of the blessed. Today, the island is a tourist destination where the wealthy of Europe flock to relax and enjoy the paradise of island life. The memory of the millions of Africans who were stolen from their homes and forcefully transported to the Caribbean as enslaved, chattel, property of Europeans, have now faded away. British military commanders were given official instructions to eliminate the native Kalinago Garifuna communities. The natives mounted fierce resistance to the colonial effort, fighting the British forces in the First and Second Carib Wars. The resistance was eventually suppressed after 6 years, As punishment, the British rounded up thousands of black Caribs and exiled them to the island of Baliso, where starvation wiped out many of their numbers. The survivors who remained were left traumatized, some landless, and most still living on the fringes of the island.
When you look at the history of the West Indies, St. Vincent is almost like a footnote. But there are so many things that are important about St. Vincent that it needs to be given much more prominence. Britain never had total control of St. Vincent until the banishment of the Garifuna people in 1797. By that time, most of the original Caribs, or what they call Kalinago people, had died off. They only remained in St. Vincent. They remained in St. Vincent because they had cohabited and intermarried with escaped African slaves. In any fort, you're expecting attacks from the sea. So your cannons are pointed looking for enemies, the French or whoever. In the case of St. Vincent, they were thrown inland because the real enemies were really the Garifuna, the indigenous people, who were not coming in boats but who were inland. That was how it was originally built. It was meant to deal with people who were attacking inland.
British planters eyed the virgin lands on the windward side of the island where these Kalinago Garifuna communities had settled. 8 estates were established on native lands. With them now banished, sugar production on the island bloomed.
From 1795 to 1796, those were 2 large wars fought. So that struggle, even though it had died out in other countries in the Caribbean, continued in St. Vincent until 1796, when they were defeated, forced to surrender. But the majority of them were banished from St. Vincent and sent to Central America, to Roatan, which is a small island just off Honduras. And today, they call themselves, the original name, the Garifuna. So the Garifuna in Central America, mainly in Belize, Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Honduras, they see St. Vincent as the ancestral homeland because their ancestors came from St. Vincent, those who were banished in 1797. So St. Vincent is very important in that while in Barbados from the 1640s, it did not really begin in St. Vincent until 1766. So we had a shorter period under slavery and a shorter period producing sugar than in most of the other islands.
Most of the planters who lived lavishly off the profits of the sugar estates never set a foot on the island, and instead chose to employ estate managers. By the mid-1820s, St. Vincent and the Grenadines was one of the leading sugar-producing colonies, second only to Jamaica, supplying almost 15,000 tons to England by 1828. However, the sugar high was short-lived, as the estates were crushed by a series of natural disasters, including hurricanes and volcanic eruption.
There were frequently storms in St. Vincent, major eruption in 1812. You had a hurricane in 1831. All of these affected the plantations, or well, in St. Vincent we call them estates. The period during which the war was fought, 1795 to 1796, there was a lot of damage to estates. And that is why it is surprising that St. Vincent was able to become a major producer despite this. So you have the wars, and soon after the wars, you have the 1812 eruption and the 1831 hurricane. But some of the planters were compensated. But of course, the slaves didn't get compensated. They just continued to live their lives.
The enslaved Africans imported into the island between 1763 and 1808 were dispersed in 100 estates across the island. Estate managers were free to administer punishment on the enslaved in whatever form they deemed necessary. This including beatings, whippings, mutilation, and even execution. Most of the field slaves on the island were women, and they received the brunt of the tort. The appointment of stipendiary magistrates to the island to oversee the apprenticeship period after emancipation did little to improve the conditions for the African population. Frequent complaints of overworking and beatings for minor infractions, such as arriving late to the field, were recorded in the diaries of the magistrates, now stored in the National Archives.
Slavery was slavery, okay? There might have been differences because during the period when St. Vincent really became fully under slavery, you are beginning to have voices in England speaking about the brutalities of slavery, and so the planters had to be concerned about how they deal with it, given the fact that people were speaking out about slavery. And in fact, there was a lady called Alison Carmichael, who owned an estate which at that time was called the Mousebank Estate, M-O-U-S-E-B-A-N-K, which is in the Cane Hall area. And she wrote a book based on her experiences in St. Vincent. And what she was really attempting to do was to convince the British people, especially those who were speaking out against slavery, that slavery in St. Vincent was not as bad. Slavery was slavery, and some of the old slave laws which existed in other islands were put in place in St. Vincent.
The handful of Afro-Indigenous people who remain on the island became an integral part of the sugar production process on the island, despite not being part of the chattel slavery system. Their work involved transporting the sugar from the estates by canoe to ships in the harbor.
Comes we have this Black Point cave in just off Georgetown. And what happened is that the owner of the largest, what was then the largest estate in St. Vincent, called Grand Sable Estate, built this tunnel which allowed them to take sugar from the Georgetown side to the Byra side, which was considered calmer and easier for the canoes to take out the sugar. So that was the role they performed during slavery.
Others relocated to the interior of the island to a community known as Greg's, a fortified and remote maroon town that the British were not able to penetrate. Here, you can find survivors of the once powerful Kalinago Garifuna nation, the original inhabitants of most of the Lesser Antilles. Small remnants of the Kalinago Garifuna communities are still intact in the northern part of the island. The descendants of the group of people who landed on the island of Roatan in 1779, as well as those who remained in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, are today called the Garifuna people. However, in their native land, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, from as early as age 3, students are instructed in the use of the King's English. No lessons are taught about the native language. Even the older generation holds no memories of their mother tongue. The language of the indigenous people has been completely erased.
I even just lay down on my bed and even think about who I really live to, who is my people them, where I really from, if I really original from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Because I'm a black Indian. I get the Indianness from my grandmother, not from my mother. My grandmother was a black Indian, very black Indian. And that's where I get the Indianness from.
So when they began to sell lands, the lands owned by the Caribs, when they began to sell land, they attracted quite a number of people from the Leeward Islands, because the Leeward Islands is an area without a lot of water and so on, and these people felt that they had better prospects coming to St. Vincent. And there was also the connection, the British connection, the Scots in particular, the Welsh, the Irish and so on, had connections throughout the Caribbean, and through those connections they were able to advertise what lands were there. And by the time the British started producing sugar in St. Vincent, sugar in the Caribbean had long established itself. A lot of the planters in the other islands made enormous fortunes and went to live in England. So some of these new proprietors who came to St. Vincent were expecting a similar thing. Some of them did not come to St. Vincent at all. They were able to use managers and so on to run the estates, but their hope was that the profits from the estates would help to sustain, not only to sustain them in England, but to allow them enough money to invest in whatever else they wanted to invest. And we have, for instance, an example of proprietors from St. Vincent who were able to establish properties, well-renowned properties and so on in different parts of the UK. Thomas Phillips, who had bought the Camden Park estate. Although in the case of Phillips was a wealthy man before he came to St. Vincent. He made money in the East, in India, but he got compensation, and that compensation might have been part of what he used to invest or to contribute to the university in Wales.
Camden Park was not one of the most profitable estates operating on the island. When emancipation came in 1834, the estate was owned by a wealthy retired surgeon from Wales. He made a brief visit to the island, increased his land holdings and his slave stock, and left the plantation under the charge of the Whitall brothers. After countless rebellions had rocked the British West Indies and the constant protests of abolitionists in the English court, Britain decided to use 40% of its national budget in 1833 to buy freedom for all enslaved people in the empire. That is equivalent to about £20 billion in currency today, making it one of the largest government bailouts. On August 1st, 1834, in Kingstown, SVG, 2,959 children under the age of 6 were freed immediately, and so were 1,189 people. Over £1.6 million was paid to planters for compensation for the 18,102 slaves that became apprentices thereafter. Phillips was one of those planters who received compensation from the Crown for the 126 enslaved human beings he owned. He also received 4 years of free labor from the former enslaved. Through his involvement in the slave trade, we can see the direct legacy of the forced labor of enslaved Africans and the enrichment of planters overseas. But the influence of the Welsh on the island is seen and felt in other areas as well. The copper that was used to secure the hull of the ship, the fabric that clothed them, iron chains, collars, and even the currency that was used to buy them, all came from Wales. But even more curious is the presence of many popular Welsh family names among the Vincentian population, which suggests that the connection runs deeper than we may imagine.
Once they know that two persons could speak the same language, for the most part, they separated them. They separated them because they were fearful of the traditions of the Africans. The colonizers were superior with weaponry, but you could never take your eyes off a person without one move. So they used to ensure that in order to keep down all the rebellions and all the insurrections, they separated them, divorced the language. They would put, if they know you from this tribe, you go in some, they put two of you together in most of the tribes. And that's how they gave us their names. They actually gave us their names, Scott and all the titles we have. Those names are not our names originally. We would have been Jack Adula, Babadula, whatever it is. That's how we were brought up in those countries. But once we got here, whoever bought us as slaves or whoever took us on their plantation, we got their names. I don't think most of our people today study where we came from. We don't realize that we are descendants of slaves or whatever have you. You can't tell us now that we're slaves because people here would be violent against that. They don't want to hear, I am so and so. Don't tell me I'm no slave, man. They don't want to hear that. But the truth is, we are descendants. And it is so funny that nobody has been showing an interest
in maintaining the culture and the identities that we had. Because the world is civilizing, is a global village. It's civilizing so fast. And it's civilizing in a way that certain people want it to. And that's part of our dilemma.
With the estates never having recovered fully after the disasters, they were auctioned off to recoup unpaid loans that Britain had given to estate owners. The desire for land ownership among the African population was growing, but without financial resources, they were cut off from participating in the land grab.
Phillips died in 1851, and he left his estate to John and Richard Whitall. His wife, Anne Whitall, she inherited the estate when he died. Now, Anne Whitall, we know up to 1879, 1880, she still owned the estate. Now, there is an issue, mention was made of Porter owning the estate. I'm not too sure at what point Porter owned the estate, because 1979, Anne Whitall still owned Camden Park. Now, in 1902, there's an Alex Fraser who had owned the Camden Park estate, and he died at Orange Hill during the eruption. That's 1902. I'm not too sure what happened after, but the important thing about 1902 with the eruption was that during the eruption, the government bought pieces, or a part of the Camden Park estate in order to settle refugees from Sandy Bay and Walibu. That during the period 1845 to 1847, you had some Portuguese immigrants from Madeira who came to St. Vincent, and some of them were settled on the Camden Park estate. Also, in 1861, when the East Indians started arriving, some of them were also settled on Camden Park estate. 1942, when the government purchased the whole estate, and part of it was mainly, well, most of it was mainly for an agricultural experimental station, and part also was supposed to be sold to laborers on the estate. So they gave out some land or sold lands to some of the laborers on the estate. But the majority of it remained the Camden Park estate, which was now no longer privately owned by government, and used as an experimental station. We know that in 1911, reference was made to the Camden Park village. And that is because the census in 1911 made reference to the Camden Park village. And that is because in 1902 they had settled people here. But after 1942, you had more and more laborers, settlers coming into Camden Park. Some of them at first were squatters. Some of them were able to purchase or to rent land. And Camden Park went through a lot of changes, became an industrial estate. And as you look down there, you could see the port. You could see some of the factories which were established there after it became an industrial center. The ex-slaves realized that they wanted to be free of the plantation, but they could only be free of the plantation if they owned land. Some of them were able to move into the interior, but moving into the interior, it was difficult getting their produce to the market. The other thing is that the planters realized that if they sold land, even when they were in economic difficulty, if they sold land to these ex-workers, it meant that they would be less dependent on the estates. So an effort was made to prevent them from selling lands. And where they had land to sell, they were selling lands in large acreage, which meant only other planters could buy, or maybe merchants. But fortunately, there are examples, I think, in St. Vincent where churches at times came in and bought a portion of land which they divided up. And one of the major themes in Vincentian history has to do with land. And so from the time of Châteauguay, when the British wanted to get rid of their land, right up until 1935 and even later on, the main thing driving Vincent was land.
It was only after labor riots rocked the island in 1862 and sugar production continued to decline that the ownership of land became available to the former enslaved and some members of the native population.
There was a gentleman who lived just above our house there. We were neighbors. He lived with the Veos and the Sousa, and he was one of the foremost writers.
When everyone felt that the riots were finished on October the 21st, October the 22nd, people came into Camden Park and targeted Mr. De Souza. Mr. De Souza, I think he was Portuguese. He was accused of lending bullets to people from the militia to and as the people said when they started stoning his house and his store, oh, you're lending bullets to kill black people. And that was he was the target of the riots in Camden Park on the 22nd, when, of course, on the 21st, you had riots in Kingston, Cane Garden, then out to places like in the Georgetown Byra area.
In the heyday of the riots, he had got his eye blown out, but he still lived. His name was Antonio De Souza. So he had to hide in some under the embankments there, under vines and all that kind of stuff. And he used to tell us about his experiences. He's a Jerry boy. When them fellas come down there, cutlass and gun, he said, I used to leave him go down in the back there, boy. Hide under the vines. And they come looking, they chopping, they can't find me. Boy, those are the days. And he would tell, the kind of experiencing, but it started over halfpenny, a half penny, a 1 cent. They increased the price of either matches or oil by 1 cent. And fellows started to go up in arm because there's plenty money in them days. 1 cent, could you imagine? And the local rioters came out who were opposed to it. They went to McIntosh, who was the leader of the progressive movement at the time, George McIntosh. And he started igniting the people, organizing them.
1935 uprising was part of operations throughout the Caribbean. Not all the Caribbean colonies at that time, but St. Vincent was the second of the Caribbean colonies following St. Kitts. St. Vincent had its riots in October 1835, and it went to places like Barbados, Trinidad, Jamaica, and Guyana. So the important thing is that the riots made the colonial authorities aware that something had to be done, that people were demanding certain things. One of the things they were demanding is better representation, because St. Vincent and some of the smaller islands did not get adult suffrage. And by adult suffrage, you mean that once you were 21, at that time you were allowed to vote. Up to 1935, there was a high qualification. You had to own a certain amount of land and or high income. But after the 1935 riots, when George McIntosh, who was singled out as leading the rioters, which he did not. He was simply trying to assist the rioters, and he was charged for treason. And when his case was dismissed, a number of the people, the ordinary folk in the country who assembled outside the courthouse, lifted him on their shoulders, and that was the start of something, because McIntosh realized that there were a number of people who were not represented, and based on that he formed his own working men's association. And in the elections which followed, I think 2 years after, McIntosh was able to get into the Legislative Council, where he remained until 1951, when you had the introduction of adult suffrage. And at that time in 1951 was when Joshua came on the scene, and then Joshua was able to dominate politics in St. Vincent until 1971-72.
Under the 1899 land settlement, Camden Park was one of those areas where a Carib village was established.
In 1902, when they were looking for places to settle some of these people who were, well, not forced, but who had to remove from the areas which were affected by the 1902 eruption, they got this area in Camden Park, which they bought from the plantation owner, area that is called Carib Village. So a number of them went and lived in Carib Village.
As a boy, when we came here in 1951, I never forget, we used to be like little bearskin boys, you know, running up and down the corridor. There used to be a canal that they used to open and close to control the river coming down. It was constructed of stone. And it went, there was a big gate in the middle. We used to walk from one side of the road to the next to go over the Carib. You could walk from the main road.
Much like the enslaved labor, most of the things that kept the plantation functioning to the benefit of the British Empire had to be imported, as is still the case today. Most of it comes through this Camden Park port. The industrial complex is the main supply chain for businesses across the archipelago.
It was in the 1940s that the government acquired Camden Park as a land settlement estate, and it was at that time they brought in the Camden Park experimental station. It was an agricultural station, and you began around that to have, I mentioned before, squatters and also people buying parts of the land. So what we see today is really the result of transformation over the years, because government then moved from a focus on agriculture to try to attract industries. And lately we have had the port, and we still have a lot of factories around, you know, the beer factory, we have container corporation and all of these. So as you look at Camden Park, it's really difficult to try and pull everything together because things are scattered and some of them are buried and you're not even sure exactly what they were. But a number of them would have gone back to the days, definitely to the days of slavery and the production of sugar.
The estate lands passed through the hands of many businessmen and has been rebranded and developed into the most industrial zone on the island, second only to the country's capital, Kingston. It is usually busy with container traffic and company vehicles. It is also where the most profitable business in the country can be found. But for those employed in Camden Park and for Vincentians in general, this wealth and land is not available to them. More than a century later, the stains of slavery still remain.
The tradition still going on, my brother. It's never done. It's never end. The tradition of slavery with white people still going on, my brother. That not have no ending. We free in a sense is like walking up on a free wall and them kind of thing. But when you check in heaven, we still not free, my brother. Because really and truly, we still have to go to them to sort no things. And if we not go through them process, we not get nothing. So really and truly, we still have to go through them to sort no things and dog under them to sort no things still. So it could never done.
When the British left, the country was still undeveloped. There were not many schools. And the important thing is that when the British came in, they came in not to develop the country for the benefit of the Vincentians, but to extract as much as they could from St. Vincent. So one of the things which is significant when people speak about reparations is the fact that the British left without even allowing, well, not allowing, but giving the countries, not only St. Vincent, but the other colonies, enough capital to be able to allow them to make a start on their own. They still became dependent on Britain and other countries. From the time of the Grenadines and the Garifuna, you had Britain exploiting the land. And in fact, St. Vincent at one point became the second largest producer of sugar in the Caribbean. And that is very significant because it meant that a lot of the profits from sugar production remain not to develop St. Vincent, but in England. So that when we speak about reparations, we're speaking not only about reparations for slavery, but reparations for the indigenous people, many of whom in 1797 were sent into exile in Central America, and the lands were taken. And it was those lands ranging from Grand Sable to right up to Fancy. It was those lands that were turned over or sold to planters who were able to develop the sugar industry. And the reason why St. Vincent became the second producer of sugar for a period of time was that they were able to occupy these lands, which were really very fertile virgin lands. So we did not benefit from those things. In fact, we suffered because there was a split now, because only a few indigenous people remained. The majority went to Central America, and those who remained suffered a lot of hardships since the British tried to create a divide rule, tried to divide up the country and to turn the indigenous people against the African slaves. So there's a whole history there if one has to do with the legacy, what are some of the problems which came about after the British left St. Vincent. Even during the colonial period when they were here, there were quite a lot of problems. And we see not only in 1935 riots, but immediately after slavery, you had riots on the estates where people were demanding better working conditions, better wages. So there's a whole history that one could look at if one is dealing with the legacy of colonialism.
The desire of the former enslaved to elevate their position could only be made a reality through land ownership. The subject of land, reclaiming and acquiring it, is a central focus of the people who were driven off of it and the ones who labored on it for free. Some Vincentians have been able to actualize this dream, while many others struggle to survive in the paradise of the sugarlands. The Paradise Destination dream is packaged and sold to tourists under the same ideologies of colonialism. The island's thriving tourism industry is built on the backs of workers who clean, serve, and toil for meager wages. Mustique has always been a royally approved destination, dating back to Princess Margaret's days on the island.
What is happening to the Grenadines as a whole is that when we speak about tourism, it's really about tourism for the rich. So the people who are benefiting are these people who they give away a large portion of Canawan to these investors. The investors have changed, but the people who are living in Canawan now is as if they're living in a foreign land, in terms of their liberty. Mustique is even worse because of the kind of regulations which are put in place. So even though the British have left, well, in Canawan is not so much the British, but other investors, but in Mustique, it has a relationship going back to the previous owners who were British. So a lot of that continues today. There are people in Mustique who were born there, and at one time they were not allowed to bury their dead there. That went on. I'm not sure what is the arrangement now.
Representatives of the British monarchy. The British monarchy is responsible for the capture and kidnapping of our people. They are responsible for the transatlantic slave trade, they are responsible for slavery, and they're responsible for colonialism. As a result of that, our people were completely devastated.
We still here. We still here. And we want reparations and compensation for the British genocide of our people, the Kalinago people, the Garifuna people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
We came out to show our solidarity with the cause of reparation. Each one here can say they're reparationists. We're looking for our grandfathers' back pay. We're looking for payment for the wrongs that was committed against our people. We're looking that the Queen of England and all her descendants must apologize, must give us what is duly ours. Reparations is a must. We hope that this fight will continue. Ones and ones would learn, and the persons who are seeing in the public would get a gist of what reparation is, and will also stand in this fight. Because this is not a today thing. This is a continuous fight until the day when the Queen of England and her descendants acknowledge the wrong that they have committed. And acknowledging this wrong, they would apologize, and they will look to restore and repair the wrong that they have done. So with repairing that wrong, we ask that they pay up. They pay from the monies that they have gathered and amassed, the gold that they have stockpiled, the golden carriages that they have, all the diamonds that they have, and all the artifacts that they stole. It's not something that is unjust that we're asking. You worked our grandfathers and grandmothers and our aunties and our uncles without pay for 400 years. So now we're asking that you pay the labor that you achieved, that you acquired. We're asking that you pay for the loss of life. We're asking that you pay for the emotional damage, the post-traumatic stress syndrome that we still have facing today. We're asking that you pay up for the Willie Lynn syndrome that we still suffer from today. You understand? We're asking that you pay up. The time is now. We're fed up. We reach to the point where there's no more smiley faces when they come to the Caribbean. And you can see the trend that's been happening throughout the region. Persons have reached the limit. We're no longer going to be docile peasants and say, okay, we welcome you, Queen and King of England and your descendants. No, you need to know that what you did was wrong. You need to know that the wealth that you have sitting on and your castles and all your wealth was acquired through an atrocity, through a genocide, through a Holocaust. And you need to admit and correct that wrong.
The lives of millions of men, women, and children were destroyed in the search of profit. For over 400 years, enslaved Africans and their descendants were classified in law as non-human, chattel, property, real estate. They were denied recognition as members of the human family by laws derived from the parliaments and palaces of Europe. This history has inflicted tremendous psychological trauma on the descendants of the enslaved, as is evident by the daily lives of people living in the Caribbean. The healing process requires, as a precondition, a sincere formal apology from the governments of Europe and a serious effort towards reparatory justice.
I just want to thank the people who participated in creating it, who are not in the room. I don't know if any of them are seeing us. But it's a lot of work, a lot of years on there, just like going around St. Vincent filming. And in the credits, you could see that it's not just me. Like, there's a bunch of people who had to come together to sort of make sure that the sound good and the image and everything, and also the research. And I guess the most important part is the research, which is Dr. Adrian Fraser. And I just want to point out that he finished his PhD in 1988, which is when I was born. So I don't even feel like I should be in this conversation. I'm just trying to use the tech and the media to push it a little bit further, and let's, the academic papers. So anybody has any questions, feel free. It was nice to see Vincent's protesting, right? In a non-political party kind of situations, like coming together to claim what is ours. It was really nice to see that. But it kind of happened in a vacuum on that particular day. The camera allows you to put things together.
Somebody, VFM is asking, where else is the video available?
It's available on YouTube. You could look on YouTube, Ackley Oldham. It's called Sugarlands. I would like if you guys would share it as well from your Facebook or wherever. It's completely free and open for everybody to see because it's about sharing the information specifically to Vincentians.
Thank you. I have a question. Clap on the mic.
That's emotional for me. You got tears in my eyes. Why? Because I'm a poor Garifuna. My father was from Sandy Bay. Even the persons who were exiled thought that how come we didn't find out about that before? We suffered greatly. I remember my father, and he told me, so before you talk anything about Garifuna, I knew about Chatwin. But that's all my father used to tell me about. His great carrot sheet. Chatwin. And two more things he would tell me. He would dress like certain time, I have me dressed in, and he dressed like a woman, and he'd be dancing and trying to teach me to dance, like whatever. But you could see that he never really free explain much about that part. So I just want to say that whole left here, the poor or whatever small one, they suffered. This as well as those who are over here.
Good morning, so let me say good morning and commendations to Ackley. He's struggling with this medium. And he is well trained, having been schooled in Cuba, among other places. Just two things. The University of Wales is linking with us. And I recall the book by Dr. Vincent Martin, the resident called The Black Arabs. We know the famous picture of the meeting of the Carib chiefs with the English authority. And we also know the famous painting by Agustina Brunes, who had traveled around the Caribbean, documenting life. And the famous one of Shakiri with his wives. And we were told that particular one by Agustina Brunes is at the Museum of Wales. I do not know if there is a connection between the University of Wales and the Museum of Wales, and whether funding for the Museum of Wales also came from the same source as the University of Wales. But I remember when John Horn was Minister of Culture, there was a lot of discussion on two things. One, getting back that famous painting of Shakir and his wives from the Museum of Wales. I don't know if anybody can shed some light on that. And instead of a label that Shati had, we were told that the pipe of Shati was somewhere in that area and efforts were being made to have it repatriated to cities. But it would be interesting to try and track down that particular Agostino Bruno's painting of Shaki and his wives. I understand that in order to articulate the British audience, they used to adjust the number of wives. You have a painting with 2 wives and a painting with 6 wives, and so on. The other thing, reference was made in the film of St. Vincent being referred to as Tyrone. In the document by Van der Plas, the massacre of 2 Jesuit priests in St. Vincent by Van der Plas, reference was made to St. Vincent as Yulu, meaning rainbow, not Tyrone. I had some discussion over the years with Dr. Kirby, and he said he thinks that Tyrone was a very specific point, which we know as Kingstown, and not to the whole island. And that the document by Van der Plas, which was in the Kalinago language, made reference to England and you, which you understand to mean rainbow. So I don't know if any light will be shared on those 2 aspects. The Van der Plas reference in his text to St. Vincent as Jude instead of Tyrone, and the famous painting of Shaki and his wives that is supposed to be in the Museum of British.
Yes. Before I can respond to those comments, I think it was an amazing film, and I really would like to commend actually. But the question I would have is in relation to the University of Wales and the Camden Park Estate. And I gather that scholarship, this emerged out of the discussion for scholarships between the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the University of Wales, where scholarships were granted to Vincentians. Do you know if any other form of reparation or form of payment or return of exchange was done subsequent to this information being unearthed that the University of Wales had benefited from the slavery here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
I think what this is the beginning of a conversation. I think the response of the university came, maybe it was in process, but maybe it's a part of that whole movement that emerged out of the incident of George Floyd. A lot of the universities in the UK started to sort of take responsibility because of the protests and the marching and the pulling down of the statues. So I think it's just a matter of now it's St. Vincent's turn, and maybe that's what's happening. I don't know of any other organization or institution like the University of Wales that has sort of come forward with the information and say, yeah, we're guilty of this. This is how we were formed, not that they're guilty of anything. So I can't tell you anything else, but I'm definitely open to finding out, and if anybody wants to share anything, definitely open to that. and I cannot answer any of your questions. Dr. Fraser.
Sorry, can I ask a question from here?
No, we want you on the mic.
The audience,
Zoom can't hear you. No, we need somebody to do
This was really amazing. And I'm sure you were enough to tell us if this was in the screening, when are we going to see this nationwide? When is it going public? Because on radio, I've been talking about this, and there are persons who have been in denial that a Garifuna culture actually existed, seeing the new evidence, not realizing how much it has been extinguished. But I want to ask, even though this is the screening, what are the other chapters? So, I mean, I visited Belize twice and so, but I have not seen any really good films documenting what has happened to Garifuna in Honduras, in Guatemala. I was standing in Dandriga, you know, the square there, right by and I shouted out, "I am Garifuna," and two persons came out, and they looked like two guys from Baja. I could swear this was somebody from Baja, you know, and going to that museum and seeing, I got the name of Ulysses, Chatter's daughter. I came back and I was going to cabinet, and people in our cabinet did not know about that. Chatter's daughter. And at in the voyage to Rotan, they stopped briefly in Kingston, Jamaica, to pick up water and so before going to Rotan. I think there's a rich culture that needs to go on to talk about where the Garifuna have gone to, whether in New York, in the Bronx, and elsewhere in Texas, in the United States. I don't know how you're getting your funding and so forth, but the University of Wales, I mean, there was some stuff and so forth. We need to fund this a little more, but I think that is going to help with the denial that has taken place, but also it's going to inspire persons like it's probably inspired me, you know, and thank you very much.
I think your presentation, at least from my end, raise my voice. At least from my end as a history teacher, it was very, very informative. It's something because we have made it public, I'm now learning. It's something that I can see incorporated in my lesson. I do have one question, though, which I seem to be clear now, because that just got my head going with that situation he had in that square there. But, oh yes, in terms of your research, when you were doing your research, I know the bulk of your research came through Dr. Fraser. Was there any interaction with the Garifuna people themselves? Did you ever try and see how much information you can gather from them and have it from them? Like the lady said before, she was talking about her daughter, I know that we have a mute kind of culture in terms of oral history, where our older folks don't see a lot. We have to literally go in and interrogate them to get information. So I wanted to know, on your quest for creating this whole visual piece for us historically, was there any interaction with the actual Garifuna people, whether from Sandy Bay, Greg, or anyone?
So I'm glad that Dr. Thompson has inspired. You could have a conversation with Mr. Brown, and he could tell you that in the second time that we met, when, you know, because I'm a youth man and you guys are like, you know,
old man.
Yeah. So when I came to myself and I understood what I wanted to say, and I sorted out Mr. Brown, because right. Well, he could probably tell you that I came to him because I was trying to find a way to develop a project about the Garifuna and about all of this that's been happening. But I guess I have my own way of how I wanted to do it. And, you know, like film, art, this kind of industry, if you want to call it that, is not a thing in St. Vincent. You said it yourself about how do I fund this or whatever. It's like a really big challenge. So for a few years, and Darky could tell you as well, I've sort of, you know, been doing it with my resources, going around St. Vincent, just trying to do what I can do with what I have. And in doing that, I guess I was able to attract a lecturer at the University of Wales, which led to me getting funding to do this. So this project was specifically about Camden Park and about slavery, but they didn't put a cap on me. They said, do whatever you want. And I said, well, of all of this, we don't know how slavery went in St. Vincent, so let's try to make media that would explain that. And Dr. Fraser agreed, which is why it is what it is. But it's a project that came. It's not the real thing that I'm working on. The real thing that I'm working on is exactly what you're asking for. And with my resources, I've managed to go to Honduras, to Sambo Creek, and done a little bit of filming there. I've managed to go to Livingston, to La Buga, and did a bit of filming there with the Garifuna people from those places. And I've also gone from Sandywood to Leeward, trying to talk to all the people who are willing to talk and who are willing to share. And, you know, like I have all of this footage, but it's time consuming, it's expensive, and I also have to split my time between, you know, bread and butter things, and, you know, even if it's not bread and butter things, it's raising the funds through my means in this industry that doesn't function in St. Vincent, and then taking those funds to create what I actually want to do. So that's the challenge. There's a little conundrum, and it's been going slowly. I apologize, but it's because of the challenges that we have in regards to culture in St. Vincent. We do not produce cinematic products like this. I cannot come to the Ministry of Culture and say, this is my idea, how can you guys partner with me to fund it? And I have done that. Since 2013, I've been going to Mr. Titlo's office in the Ministry of Culture with my presentation on the film that you want to see. So there's a few things that we have to confront in order to like make it happen. But I kind of just put myself in it and took the risk to show what's possible, which is a little bit of what we saw here today. So I hope that answers it.
That would bring an end. If there are no more questions, that would bring an end to that first panel. I must express thanks to the panelists and for those who are in attendance, and of course for the questions. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to thank Ms. Anna Bob, our moderator for this session. Give her a round of applause. And she's a teacher at the Sandy Bay Secondary School, so I'm sure she has a rich base of material to take to her students at the Sandy Bay Secondary School. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Senator John from the North Windward community. And I would like to also say that Ambassador for Cuba is also with us again. Thank you, Ambassador. Now that we have come to this, but I must say before I close that the film and the whole session today with Dr. Strecker from Ireland and Ms. Zuniga, President of the Garifuna Council of Belize, and lastly, Atlee Olsen's documentary has given us a lot of connecting threads of the reparations theme. And I believe that we really have been exposed to a rich amount of material that we can have food for thought, continue going into this conversation of reparations for Indigenous people and our plan, which is our next session, which will be this afternoon. We'll hear from Dr. Fraser and Dr. Denny. Thank you again, and we have our break for lunch now, and we will come back here at 1 o'clock. quite interesting. We have our moderator, Mr. Marlon Joseph, who will be moderating this session and introducing the participants. And so I would like to call on Mr. Joseph to lead the session.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Sister Zoya. Really happy to be here to moderate this. It promises to be an exciting session. I know that this morning was really good. I'm sorry that I missed it. But I had some other meetings in relation to the war. The first speaker this afternoon, he will present on the topic, the case for reparatory justice for the indigenous people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And that presenter will be Dr. Adrian Fraser. Dr. Adrian Fraser is the former head of the University of the West Indies Open Campus here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He is an historian, an author, and a social commentator. His research lately has been on the struggles of the Grenadines and Grenadines of St. Vincent. His latest book, From Villain to National Hero, Chatelier, and the early struggle for independence of St. Vincent and Grenadines, was launched in August last year. He also has a research interest in the Garifuna and Kalinago people who remained in St. Vincent after 1797. He is, of course, presently part of a four-man team that is working on a two-volume history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dr. Fraser will first present, and then we'll have a second presentation by Dr. Denny, whom I will introduce when his time comes to speak. So at this point, I just welcome Dr. Adrian Fraser. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now the topic of my presentation is the case for reparatory justice for the indigenous people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, expanding the narrative. And I say expanding the narrative because although there's a lot of focus on slavery, the persons who of course fell and confronted the colonials were the indigenous people. So it started with them, and we need to to expand the narrative to include more of what had happened to them. I just want to briefly point out that when I speak about indigenous people, I'm speaking about people who in the text are referred to as red or yellow carrots, with whom we know today as Grenadines, and the black carrots as Garifuna or Grenadines. And I want to make another point, and I'll see if I'll come back to all of these. Peter Holm in 2000 made a point. He said the quantity of causes between racial and ethnic groups over the years already meant that by the 1960s, 1790s in St. Vincent, it was difficult to account genealogically for particular individuals. Increased population movements of this kind now meant it was difficult to tell who anybody was by looking at them. Nancy Gonzalez, an anthropologist, said based on her research, by the middle of the 18th century, there were one people. And I just make that point because very often people say, when we speak about the Garifuna, what has happened to the Kalinago? But The time I'm speaking about, they could be considered one people. Now I will come back to that hopefully. The UN General Assembly had decided in 1997 to hold a World Conference against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. This took place in Durban, South Africa, 4 years later, in 2001 August. It provided an opening for Caribbean governments to push the issue of reparatory justice for native genocide and slavery onto the global agenda. Reparations proved to be a thorny issue to many European countries and even a few African countries. Other contentious issues added to the disagreement over the conference's preparatory text and led to the withdrawal of the US and Israeli delegation. A decision was eventually made to discuss reparations, but that any decisions made were non-binding. The discussions about reparations continued post-Durban, with European countries accused of genocide and crimes against humanity, largely refusing to apologize or to admit that they had any responsibility for actions by their ancestors hundreds of years ago. The matter of slavery having been accepted in law at one time was also one of the issues raised. CARICOM in 2013 set up a CARICOM Reparations Commission with national commissions in different Caribbean countries, and they drew up a 10-point plan as it continued its advocacy. And I need to point out here the role of Hilary Beckles, who is Vice Chancellor of the University, but Chairman of the Reparatory Commission, and also the person who heads the Reparation and Research Center at the University of the West Indies, Professor Verena Shepherd. Now, among Caribbean countries, talk of reparation, there were some misgivings, because some persons were harboring the belief that what was being asked for was monetary contribution, fearing that they could be mishandled by CARICOM leaders. The CARICOM Commission clarified its position on reparations. It was not to be about monetary handouts. The 10 points had to do, and let me just quickly mention, a full formal apology by the European nations, reparation, meaning the resettling of those persons who wish to return. 3, indigenous peoples with a focus on a development program. European governments were accused of committing genocide with official instructions given to military commanders to eliminate those communities and to remove those who survived programs from the region. It made the important point that genocide and land appropriation went hand in hand. Then number 4, cultural institutions. Number 5, public health, crimes which is traced back to slavery. Number 6, illiteracy eradication. Number 7, African knowledge programs to build bridges of belonging. And 8, psychological rehabilitation emphasizing descendants of Africans who were classified in law as non-human, chattel, property, and real estate. Number 9, technology transfer. And number 10, debt cancellation. Now, the reparations movement has grown with different institutions researching into their past and looking at situations where their founders were involved in slavery. This includes universities, financial institutions, and even churches. In 2020, the European Parliament successfully passed a resolution calling for slavery to be labeled a crime against humanity. However, this was non-binding. In case of the English-speaking nations of CARICOM, the main country targeted was Britain, but in the overall case of wrongs committed against African and the Caribbean people in the past, the countries targeted were France, Spain, Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, Portugal, Norway, Sweden, and Switzerland. The development of the global movement was aided by the spread of the Black Lives Matter movement from the United States of America. Individuals have, however, not been targeted by the CARICOM Commission. We have, however, seen recently, in the case of Grenada, where a British citizen, Laura Trevelyan, and her family have accepted responsibility for the wrongs committed by their ancestors who owned the plantations in Grenada. The family has bequeathed £100,000 for community development to be managed by the University of the West Indies. There's also the case of British parliamentarian Richard Drax, who owns the Drax Hall plantation in Barbados, having inherited it from his father. This is currently a working plantation, and he's being asked to pay reparations for his ancestors' participation in slavery. Now, this paper accepts the 10-year CARICOM plan. It is also not getting into arguments for reparatory justice, for which compelling arguments have already been made. It is really about strengthening the narrative for reparatory justice for the indigenous people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It concerns itself with two of the points of the 10-point plan. Point 3, which refers to an indigenous peoples development program, and point 8, that looks at psychological rehabilitation and focuses entirely on African descendants who are classified as non-human, chattel property, and real estate. As strong a case can be made for the indigenous people who were described as cannibals by the colonialists, something that had to live with for a long time. Now, I want to provide some sort of context for what I'm going to say. And I will point out that before the arrival of Columbus and the other Europeans, St. Vincent and the Grenadines was a land of peace with enough resources to satisfy the population. They had maritime relationships with their kin in other areas, paid visits, and traded with each other. What God Lewis said about the Ainos to the north applied equally to the Kalinagos, who sought to accommodate nature. With the arrival of the British in 1763, things began to change. Let us note here that along with Tobago, this country, SPG, had not before that time been colonized by Europeans. After forcing a large segment of the Kalinago and Garifuna population out of the country, they seized their lands, divided them into plantations, and quickly began to produce sugar in an area of virgin soil, as we termed it. John Davy, an author, was referred to the exertions made as they transformed the land of the Garifuna into sugar plantations. He was impressed with their efforts to convey water to some estates by aqueducts of solid masonry, or in which roads have been carried along the face of precipice by laborious cuttings, or through them by tunnels, and embarking places have been formed by jetties run out into a boisterous sea. This, of course, deals with the destruction of forests and landscape to accommodate the production of sugar. The result was that between 1805 and 1824, St. Vincent was second only to Jamaica in the production and export of sugar. That is something I don't think many people realize. And it meant that the lands taken from the Garifuna in 1805 and right down to 1824 propelled St. Vincent into that position. Now, let us look at the 2021 volcanic eruption that brought destruction to the physical environment in the North Windward area, with water flooding the main road at different points and preventing the flow of traffic for a long time. Some residents were terribly inconvenienced, even on Christmas Eve, having to stay in the vehicles for a large part of the night before getting home with goods that needed to be refrigerated. Later, with the reopening of schools, students had to miss classes on many occasions. This demanded an urgent response that baby bridges had to be built, which up to the time of writing, I don't think has been officially opened. I now want to make a bold proposition, connecting what happened in 1804 and 1805 and 2022. But it involved much more than damage to the physical landscape. And this had to be factored into the Indigenous Peoples Development Program. When the British arrived in 1763, they were limited to the western side of the island where some Kalinago people with French residents and whom they accommodated lived. By that year, the Kalinago or yellow carrot population had been drastically reduced by their long struggle with Europeans. The figures indicated only 100 red or yellow carrots, as they were called. The Garifuna or black carrots numbered over 3,000. They lived on and controlled the north and eastern sides and prevented British land commissioners from moving into their area. The Garifuna claimed that the French had no authority at the Treaty of Paris in 1763 to give the British any control over the lands which they owned and which they inhabited. Two wars were fought, one from 1772 to 1773, and the other 1795 to 1796. The detail of the wars are not relevant to this paper. What was obvious almost from the beginning was that the land commissioners who arrived in 1765 were focused on depriving the Garifuna of the fertile and virgin land they occupied. They flooded the authorities in England with correspondence aimed at ridding St. Vincent of the Garifuna people. And I mentioned the Garifuna people, although the text described some Garifuna and some yellow carrots, based on the point I was making, whereby the 1760s and 70s, there were really one people. So as I speak about this period, I most of the time refer the Garifuna people. The land they stated was occupied in common. This is the argument of the planters. The land was occupied in common by an erratic nation of savage warriors and hunters. That's how they describe them. So partial use of the land was not consistent with the common law of nature, which brings me back to 1804 when they took over those lands. They say it was not consistent with the common law of nature. While arguing that the British colonialists could not hazard their fortunes and their persons on the casual and capricious forbearance of lawless savages, they then shifted their tactics and spoke of the honor of the crown, who could not hold a divided sovereignty on such a small island as St. Vincent. A memorial of the council and assembly was quite blunt, stating that the carriage should be removed from the island. The second war in 1795-1796, which witnessed the death of Chief Chateaubriand, the country's first national hero, was fiercely fought until the forces of indigenous people, Garifuna and Kalinago, were overcome by the large military force of Abercrombie and their ability to destroy the provision grounds of the Garifuna people, restricting their traffic with the French island. Some were captured, some surrendered, while others moved into the interior. Prior to the removal from the island, about 4,633 prisoners, as they were then, were taken between July 1796 and February 1797 to the 320-acre Grenadine island of Ballysoap, which was to be their holding place. Dixon, the British doctor who was given the responsibility of attending to them, had made the point before that the island had no springs or streams and lacked water, being therefore not comfortable for people, I quote, who regarded the luxury of immersion in fresh water as an indispensable necessary for health. End of quote. Arrangements were made, we were told, to have water transported daily from the mainland. The authorities were, however, dissatisfied with the huge cost they were being charged. And I asked the question, did this affect the frequency with which water was transported to Ballysoap? Huts were to be provided for them and food rations supplied. Mysterious deaths from an unknown disease became an issue, with 12 of them dying in August and regularly up to December, when 950 died. A total of 2,112 deaths were recorded. British sources began to immediately deny any responsibility for their deaths, although it must be pointed out that given the conditions that existed there, it would have been easy for diseases to have taken hold. British sources argued that the prisoners were the ones who brought the mysterious disease to the island. Now, Alexander Anderson, the curator of the Botanic Gardens, who worked in St. Vincent at that time, was at the forefront of those who denied British responsibility. His mission in defense of the authorities, it appeared, was based on his beliefs, and I quote, "It is more than probable they will not escape the pen of the historian." Now, when somebody starts by telling you that, they are framing a response so that in the future, when the historians look at it, they will have to confront this. His incredible story was that they died from an overabundance of food. He argued that they had spent a long time in the mountains with their food consisting of leaves, of trees, and roots of all kinds before surrendering. But these were people accustomed living in the interior. Admittedly, their provision grounds were being destroyed, and trade with the French people restricted. He quoted one of the army officers as saying, another incredible quote, he would rather they should die by too much food than too little. Die they must, but he preferred they die from too much food than too little. That was their approach. He said further that any stranger witnessing their treatment would have little conceived that they had been the people, the principal agents, in the devastations and murders in St. Vincent. Now he's referring to people who were there defending their land. This was the British telling their tale. Another case of tales of hunting glorifying the hunter. Anderson, however, had something very different to say when they were shipped out of the island. And I quote, "Who can avoid," and I could imagine in very solemn tone, "who can avoid melancholy sensations on a whole race of mankind, transported from their native land, inhabited by them for many generations, and not conceived there has been something radically wrong in the principles of that government necessitated to act." Let me say this to mention this about Anderson, is that Anderson depended very much on the indigenous people and those who were enslaved, who supply him with information about indigenous plants, treatment for medical reasons and things of that sort. So he was very much dependent on them. Now, Baliso lies at the heart of the Garifuna people of St. Vincent and Central America. On it lie the bones and spirits of their ancestors. They are calling for its use as a museum or national park in honor of their ancestors. Baliso must therefore be central to any indigenous people's development program. Is Baliso not part of the genocide? And I want to say that one of the stories, or that's been there for a long time, is the attempt to sell Baliso. And people are insisting that Baliso is important to remain at a museum or national park. Now, how many persons escaped capture and moved into the interior? That is after the exile to Central America. How many remain here? The authorities in England have been puzzled by different numbers of the caribou, just to use the term, given by the governors over the years. Governor Bente, who served from 1798 to 1806, had to admit that their numbers are greater than we thought. So they had no knowledge of how many people, because they were in the interior, separated. Some of them, especially in the early years, expected to be captured because they were sending out reinforcements against them. So they remained in the interior. They were quite familiar, that is the authorities, with 40-odd persons who accepted their call to surrender and to be pardoned in 1805. They were given 230 acres at Monrond. They knew little about those who had gone into different parts of the interior, like Greg's, and even at Lapitan, about 3 miles from the Hope Estate. By an act of 1824, the authorities were able to formalize what had from the very beginning been their mission, the ownership of the Garifuna land. 7 estates were created: Orange Hill, Turuma, Waterloo, Lot 14, Robercal, Langley Park, and Monbente. Even before the act was passed, planters, some of them members of the legislature, had already taken hold of some of the land and began cultivating sugar. It was these lands that made St. Vincent and the Grenadines second only to Jamaica in sugar production between 1805 and 1824. Well was it then that in protesting the effort to pass the Emancipation Act, the Assembly in St. Vincent reminded the British government of their large revenue contribution to the Crown, the employment of thousands of seamen that served as a nursery for British shipping. They claimed too that their property valued at that time was £4 million were at risk. And of course, the property they're talking about is the property they stole and took away from the indigenous people. Now, number 3 of CARICOM's 10-point plan made the point that genocide and land appropriation went hand in hand. We could also relate land to identity. The ownership of land grounded them. They knew who they were, what they were fighting for. William Young stated that as a people, they yet obstinately preserved in declaring against all interference within the country they called their own, and in disclaiming allegiance to the British Crown. Here were they then, reduced in numbers, living in isolated areas, some however in return for occupying land, having to provide labor by taking sugar in their boats to the ships stationed outside. A promise in 1833 of allotments in the north of the country was denied by the colonial office. Such grants, it claimed, and I quote, would encourage idleness by affording the means of subsistence at a very light cost of exertion and exempting the grantee from the necessity of working for wages. But the important thing was to get them to work for wages. It was felt that it was not obvious that this barbarous class of the population would derive more benefit from forming a society to themselves than from being disposed amongst the classes that are somewhat more civilized, meaning, of course, the British. On January 13, 1869, an interesting letter came from Gilly Smith and Company, which I think is a law firm. They wrote to the Undersecretary of State indicating that they had learned that the St. Vincent government had promised a grant of over 200 acres of Crown land to the descendants of the Caribs. They stated further, and I quote, "May we take leave to inquire if there is any truth in the report, and if the Home Government have acceded to such grant." He went on, "It is a matter of great importance to the owners of estates in the colony, as it will have the effect of reducing the number of laborers and of encouraging spotting in the locality." So one understands that some of the planters were calling the cards at this point. Planters definitely making their case. Number 8 of the CARICOM plan looks at psychological rehabilitation, but this focused only on the Africans and their descendants, who were classified in law as non-human, chattel, property, and real estate. They were denied recognition as members of the human family. The indigenous people suffered just as much or even more in this area. They were described as cannibals, and this was even taught in schools from the colonial texts. Physically isolated as they were in the recent past, many refused to identify themselves as indigenous people or as Caribs, as they would have called them. It was part of the colonial divide and rule, and influenced how even these people saw themselves. What has changed, but some of the old attitudes remained. The fact that images of our national hero have him dressed in loincloth has angered many. The truth is that these images are once handed down to us by the colonials and were part of the story they wished to convey. Interestingly enough, William Young, on a visit to his estate, which he inherited from his father also, William Young, met with Chiefs Chatelier and Duvalet at Young Island. He described them as well-dressed. Now, what did he mean by that? Did he mean that they were dressed like Europeans, or they were dressed in the way they were dressed outside of a war atmosphere or war context. In trying to show the impact of the deliberate policies of the colonial authorities in their efforts to divide and rule, and in demeaning the indigenous people, I find it useful again to quote from the PhD thesis of Paul Twin from the University of London. He did his field research in St. Vincent between 1999 and 2000, and his observations are quite relevant to the point I'm making, given the fact, especially, that this was his first response to the invention in their homeland. When he informed a lady in North Central Windward that he was doing research on the history of St. Vincent the Grenadines with an interest in the Caribs and was planning to stay in Sandy Bay, he said, and I quote, "Her jaw dropped, the eyes widened. Why do you want to go up there with them people? Them Caribs are crazy, they get drunk all the time." This was 2000, 1999, 2000. Them people aren't like us. Note that distinction. This is a descendant, African descendant, speaking about the indigenous people in 2000. He said that before this, he had no concept of the social distance that existed between Caribs and some members, at least, of the wider community. What made this conversation startling to him was that it was with a teacher who had better than average education and who I presume at that time was open to new ideas and would have been actively challenging the old prejudices of the past. But throughout, he goes on, throughout my stay in St. Vincent, the views expressed by that informant were reiterated by many, if not all, of those non-Caribs I questioned. And the reason why I'm quoting him is because he was a stranger, confronted this for the first time in 2000. Some of us felt that this thing had disappeared, but it existed, and he was able to identify that. The Caribs will, of course, have been long familiar with how they were viewed by others in the society. Yeah. Isn't psychological rehabilitation not still an issue that is relevant to the indigenous people and should be part of the indigenous development program? Let me add to this something I find useful and always refers to. And this was an encounter, and I've stated it on a number of occasions, with a lady from Sandy Bay in 2006. She met me and she said, stopped me and said, "Imagine they are still teaching my child in school that his ancestors were cannibals." This is 2006. I didn't find out which school or anything of that sort. This is over 500 years since the arrival of Columbus, legacy of our past. And I want to end by just looking briefly at culture. Under the colonials, culture was a weapon, a cultural bomb, to use the hands of Kenyan writer Ngugi wa Thiong'o. It was meant to discredit the culture of the indigenous people, whom they described as cannibals, barbarous, and savage. The purpose was to destroy their confidence and heritage and to impose a savage identity on them. Culture is not static, but it evolves based on physical circumstances and interaction with others. What was done to the indigenous people was to disrupt that natural evolution. They were, after 1797, placed in a minority position in St. Vincent, where it became even more difficult to maintain any aspect of their culture. And let me just mention quickly that this is something for which more research is done. The culinary, making the madongo to boy and all of these things. It's very important. They were excellent basket makers, and the English said that they could make baskets in such a way that they could hold water. They represented St. Vincent at an exhibition in Jamaica in 1891, and everyone was really surprised. Even the governor and his wife visited them on a number of occasions because they were showing how they made these baskets. Not many people know that treachery, the way we catch treachery today is the way they called treachery in the 1700s. We take treachery for granted, came back to them. And there are a number of other things, but we need to do more research to say that these aspects of our culture never died. What has happened, especially in the area of cooking, some of us, our grandparents used to prepare certain foods. After a while, they moved on, maybe to Kentucky and to this other thing, so they dismissed all of those. The case for reparation for the indigenous people has been made. What this presentation sought to do was to expand the narrative, focusing on SPG and to show that we still have to face the legacies of a brutal past that pictured them as non-human, as barbarous and savage. The indigenous people must be allowed a central role in an indigenous peoples development program. And I want to mention in closing that even before you got to African slavery, the indigenous people had to deal with all of this. So they came first, and it was based on that experience that they were able to continue with Africa. So the narrative needs to be strengthened, especially regarding the indigenous people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Because very often some people felt that the situation ended in 1797 when people were sent in exile. But those who remained in St. Vincent had to encounter a lot of difficulties. And that is why, in providing that context, I dealt with what happened in 2022 with the eruption, because I'm convinced that the physical destruction of large parts of that area had to do with the fact that when the British came in and began to produce sugar, they destroyed the forests, they did all sorts of things. They were not in favor of accommodating nature. They were fighting against nature. And today, I believe we are still experiencing that. I needed to make that connection.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fraser. What a presentation. So much food for thought, and I'm sure that it has generated some questions in some people's minds. We will have a discussion on both presentations after. Our next speaker will speak the topic, Structuring an Indigenous Peoples Development Plan for Reparations. Dr. Grenadines is an Associate Professor of History at St. Mary's College of Maryland. As a Vincentian national who has studied in the USA and has lived and taught in Africa, Dr. Denny used this experience and expertise to create the program in Africa and African Diaspora Studies at St. Mary's College. He is presently part of a team of historians writing the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Let us welcome to the podium Dr.
Thank you all for being here. And I thank Dr. Fraser for being the person who was my first genuine history teacher. So you should know that this is shared student. In fact, the story is actually a bit stranger than that. So he doesn't remember, but I do. In 1972, I did the common entrance exam. I was at Catholic school, okay, and she had to go to grammar school to sit down in this place and do this exam. And he was the invigilator. I remember very well. He was the invigilator to make sure that no one did any cheating. And I suppose I didn't cheat. Also, he would teach me in 1974 in grammar school. And he would teach me again in 1978, 77 in grammar school. And in fact, he introduced me to the best history text I've ever read, which is Aquilium's Capitalism and Slavery. And I talk about it, to students some 40 plus years after he first introduced me to that book. So he has had an enormous influence on me as a historian, and of course I'm writing with him, and I suppose he's still having an enormous influence on me, and so on. As to the topic that I'm supposed to speak about, it would seem to me that that's some of the things which Dr. Fraser has said go directly to the topic. So I should be clear about that. And but I also want to say that the central point I would make, and there's, I just detail, but the central points I would make, and it comes out of some of the stuff that Dr. Fraser has said, is that when we think of reparations, it is framed, unsurprisingly, even in the 10-point plan that Dr. Fraser listed, as here are the Garifuna people or the enslaved people to whom serious harms have been done, which is true. Great harms have been done, slavery and the genocide of the indigenous people. And secondly, here are the people who committed the harm, which is true. The Europeans did these terrible things to African people and indigenous peoples. But what Dr. Fraser has also intimated, and what I think is a central part of the story of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, is that the trauma which the Garifuna people would experience in St. Vincent after 1797, who are the people who are responsible for that trauma? Is it simply the colonials? What about the post-colonial state? What about us? What do we owe to the Garifuna people today? Not what we opened up, but the real to the Garifuna people. And so it seems to me that that kind of introspection, when we look at ourselves as to, what responsibility do we bear for this business of reparations, that would allow us to make, I would say, a step forward in how we do the business of structuring an indigenous people's development plan for reparations. Because I really do not think that we could do what this team supposedly asks us to do without that kind of interrogation of our own responsibility and complicity in some of the damage which has been done to the indigenous peoples. I see Patrice here, and Patrice surely remember Calypso called Carrots Running Wild, if you're here in the Super Line. And that Calypso was in 1971, very popular, and so on, but it is quite a destructive Calypso in terms of the sensibility that it projects as to how the broader Vincentian people viewed our indigenous peoples and so on. So after this 1971, 2000, these are no longer simply a matter of, well, the colonial state or the governor or High Lord George of England. These are us, Black people in St. Vincent, who had somehow been, become complicit in some of the narratives of discrimination and dehumanization which our Garifuna regime and Kalinago people are experiencing. And so it seems to me that in what I have to say, it is really much more focused on what we do as a people today and so on. And I suppose my central point is that we have to look to history as a guide. So on. Okay. So now, having responded to it and a little bit, and so on, I do have a text which I tend to sometimes simply abandon my text. I try not to. And so if you look at the program, as I've indicated, you'll see that I'm interested to speak on the subject structuring an indigenous people's plan for reparations. But I've changed the title somewhat, and I suspect that I gave a heads up, that this is what I was going to do. And so now I'm calling this title, A Moral Moment, Structuring an Indigenous People's Plan for Reparations. And this change is necessary because of the focus that I bring to two elements of this conversation I wish to have with you. And the first is really the righteousness of this cause, so its morality. That is important. But the second is one of timing. Why now? Why not tomorrow? Why not yesterday? So a moral moment, structuring an indigenous peoples development plan for reparations. And so I want to begin by telling you a story, because as historians, we have stories to tell. And in the early 1500s, at the very beginning of the Spanish conquest of the Americas, an astonishing story unfolded within the Caribbean. Kalinago warriors traveled from St. Vincent and the Grenadines to places as far north as Cuba, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, and elsewhere in the Caribbean to engage the Spaniards in a battle to defend the sovereign territories of the Caribbean indigenous peoples against the aggression of European invaders. The story is astonishing on 3 levels. First, you will not find it in any textbook on Caribbean history anywhere. I did a first degree in history at the University of the West Indies. Beckles didn't teach me that. And I like Beckles. I like all the professors. None of them taught me that. It wasn't there. It has essentially been erased from the collective memories of Caribbean people. This is therefore a resurrection of history that returns to life a reality which indigenous Vincentians understood 500 years ago, that the European intrusion into the Caribbean constituted an existential threat to Caribbean civilizations, that all Caribbean people had a moral obligation to confront that threat head on. That's the first point about what really is there, which we discovered. Dr. Fraser and Dr. Scott and Dr. Thomas and myself, as we engage in writing this history of St. Vincent. No one knows this. This is the first public utterance of this kind of story. Second, the story unveils the powerful role of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the creation and construction of a broader Caribbean-wide identity that obviously predates the European arrival in the Caribbean. They're leaving St. Vincent and heading far north, traveling over 1,000+ miles of water back and forth to fight and to die if need be. How do you explain that? We should also note that in the 18th century, as the Garifuna and the Grenadines before them confronted European aggression in the 17th and 18th centuries, no Taínos from Cuba, from Jamaica, Puerto Rico would join them in this fight. There's no reciprocity. These combatant arms do not exist for a simple reason. They are dead, gone, vanished, wiped off the face of the earth as if they were never here. Most of them within the first 100 years of European contact. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, however, a truly remarkable historical development had taken place, at least seen through the eyes of the European invaders. Because the Grenadines succeeded in doing 2 things. First, they had delayed the genocidal advance of European aggressors into the Eastern Caribbean. Mainly by limiting contact between the Europeans and the indigenous peoples, it allowed Eastern Caribbean populations to mitigate the destructive efforts of European diseases, the destructive effects of European diseases. After all, European diseases were far more effective in the slaughter of indigenous peoples than all the guns that they brought. We should remember that. Second, however, and here's the kick, the Grenadines had constructed within the Eastern Caribbean what one naval man described as the Carib Imperium. Quite simply, emanating from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Kalinagos have put together an iron curtain of military and political alliances across multiple islands, within which the Europeans recognized the indigenous peoples as exercising sovereign power. It was Dr. Scott or Dr. Fraser, I don't know which one, who first drew my attention to that phrase, a Caribbean imperium. And for several weeks, I suppose months, I have wrestled with the implications of this phrase. And knew instantly that we were looking at a golden nugget of the military and political environment of the 17th century Caribbean, seen through the lenses of the invaders. That is because the word imperium forms part of a cluster of words, imperial, empire, imperious, all having to do with power over diverse territories and diverse peoples. In the 17th century, this is how Europeans understood the use of the term imperium. Moreover, it was in fact the existence of legitimate governance. Thus, we are left with the staggering idea that the Kalinago constructed a seaboard empire in the Eastern Caribbean and that St. Vincent functioned as the center of a maritime universe. We didn't know that. The Europeans knew that they were the unlawful intruders into this space of legitimate governance. And this is the testimony of a European witness. Dr. Fraser and Dr. Scott brought that phrase to my attention, and I've just struggled with it ever since. But perhaps the greatest mind-bending historical truths of these indigenous Vincentians, and if I could speak to them, I would say, in terms of their confrontation with European aggression in the Caribbean, the greatest mind-bending historical truth is this. We were there when the first shots were fired. And we were there when the last shots were fired. Indigenous Vincentians fought the first battles and they fought the last battle. When the Garifuna fell in 1797, no sovereign indigenous power would remain in the Caribbean. In this land, we fought for 300 years. In 1979, when we debated what should be the symbols of Vincentian national identity, the indigenous weapons of the martial arts and their warrior spirit were never part of that conversation. Today, if we were to hold that debate again, we should be at the forefront of that conversation as to who we are as a Vincentian people. We might be tough soap, we might be harder than harm. We have a 300-year history of war to make that case. So I bring you this new knowledge of the history of the Kalinago and the Garifuna, because I believe that this knowledge has the capacity to transform how Vincentians embrace the call for refugee justice for indigenous peoples and the structuring of an indigenous people's plan of reparations. Knowledge of our history has preceded a Vincentian revolution in conscience that is a necessary prerequisite to embrace more fully and more urgently the Kalinago and Garifuna historical experience as foundational to who we are and who we would like to be as a people. The idea of an indigenous development people's plan for reparations is an affirmation of the fundamental optimism that governs the pursuit of reparative justice for indigenous Vincentians. So we are here. But within the framing of the subject also lies the sense that that justice remains some distance away, that it is incomplete. Some of the presenters, including my immediate presenter agent, Dr. Fraser, it's very clear that the journey is incomplete. And yesterday, one of the presenters made the point that in fact there have been Vincentians who are hostile to the idea of reparations, which is kind of difficult for me to get kind of fathom, but that's a different story. Now, some notable successes have indeed been made, because we are living proof. We are here at this conference. It is also true that for the past 20 years or so, we celebrate, Châtelet as our national hero. And obviously, if we look at the history of St. Vincent, let's say we stop at 1980. Of course, none of these things we're having here would have happened at all. So in some ways, we have a public embrace of property justice for indigenous Vincentians, which is, lukewarm, not as all-encompassing as we would like. So I hold that a society that historically has slumbered through or actively participated in the travails of the indigenous Vincentian people needs to be awakened and to be energized by a new and powerful imperative which centers the history of the indigenous Vincentians as a foundation stone in our very definition of what it means to be Vincentian. We have to be exceedingly cautious and perhaps even hostile to the idea that indigenous Vincentian history is somehow a separate history. Rather, it is the beginning of Vincentian history. It is part of who we are. We need a revolution in conscience across the country, not just among those in the room or those listening on Zoom. So how do we create that revolution in conscience? What are the elements upon which we must construct a new moral platform, deeply informed and indeed absolutely beholden to the truths of the history of indigenous Vincentians? We begin, I think, with the proposition that the broad Vincentian masses need to recognize that St. Vincent is the land of genocide, where some of the evidence is hidden, but a great deal is in public and has been sanitized. In some ways, the normalization of the discrimination against the indigenous peoples allowed us to forget, to erase or blanket off that history of pain and suffering that had been theirs. But secondly, we also need to recognize something which is, I think, and Dr. Fraser might be able to speak to it when we open up the field for questions, that the causal relationship between indigenous genocide and African enslavement in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is virtually without parallel any place else in the Caribbean. Let's say Barbados. Okay. In 1635, Barbados became a slave society. But if my history is correct, there's no indigenous people living in Barbados in 1635. None. And you could go across several Caribbean islands and you would see a similar phenomenon, that when they began the business of brutalizing and enslaving Africans in the creation of the state societies, they are not killing indigenous peoples. They are already dead a couple hundred years ago. In St. Vincent, the slaughter of the indigenous people paved the way for the enslavement of African people. The war that the indigenous peoples fought in St. Vincent delayed St. Vincent's transformation into a slave society. So not only did the indigenous peoples in St. Vincent delay genocide throughout the region, they also delayed the imposition of a slave society in St. Vincent. And that St. Vincent only truly became a slave society from about 1805 to about 1834. So we literally spent the shortest time in the Caribbean, maybe one or two other countries, can't remember, than anyone else. We owe a debt to the indigenous peoples. And so the third point I'll make is that our greatest challenge then is to break through the barrier that has made some Vincentians, perhaps most Vincentians, incapable of embracing the trauma and terror of the Garifuna people as a shared rupture in the bosom of Vincentian civilization. That is all we can begin to look at that. Shared mourning erases away any line that marginalizes indigenous trauma of a phenomenon that touches only the indigenous people. Enslaved Africans suffered, indigenous people suffered. And in St. Vincent, it will cause an effect. It will sequential. So it's a single phenomenon that we should embrace together. In the book that we're writing, and for which we have essentially completed the story on indigenous genocide and enslavement in St. Vincent up to 1838. At the heart of that story lies a fundamental truth, and that is the transformation of St. Vincent from Dr. Fraser says pizza and Montifulness, I say paradise. Transformation from paradise to purgatory. That the land which had been sustaining indigenous peoples in St. Vincent for about 5,000 years it became hell for the indigenous peoples, and of course it became hell for African peoples. So this is our story. This is two stories that maybe different chapters, but it's the same story. This land being transformed from a land of paradise of splendor into the hellish landscape that slavery would be. And so for me, when I look at the children yesterday who did all the kinds of stuff, there were some wonderful school children doing all kinds of stuff and so on. And we have the national festival, and then our president he spoke about these national festivals and what they can mean for honoring and treating with reverence our indigenous peoples and so on. Okay. What I think we need to do, I don't think it's hard. I think we need to have new sacraments of reverence that recognizes our land as sacred, that has been made so by the blood of the martyrs who fought valiantly before they fell to the sword of European imperialism. And when I say new sacraments of reverence, what I mean is that we open many things with our national anthem. It seems to me we can open every single public gathering with a tribute to the Garifuna and the Grenadines and the enslaved African. Whether in Parliament, whether in schools, whether in churches, everywhere, we embrace that history. It becomes part of who we are, the story that we tell. And above all, and Dr. Fraser mentioned it, I think we need to transform Baliso into a permanent monument of memory. Not to be sold, not to be leased, not to be rented, but a permanent monument of memory. And in fact, I do know if 100,000 Vincentians say this is what we want, then of course that's what you're going to get. And so hence, I call for a revolution in conscience that begins with an acknowledgement of a history, beginning with Vincentian warriors leaving this place and heading out to defend sacred trust, the sovereignty of Caribbean peoples. Thank you.
We've had exceptional. As we talk reparations, we really have to ourselves reckon with the history and empower ourselves with the knowledge and information. And 2 presentations this afternoon have certainly helped in doing so. So we are at this point now where we are open for discussion. So if anyone has a question, anyone has a comment, you will come to the podium. Yeah, we don't. Sorry. So you go to copy. So Zoila is going to lead us off.
Yes. Well, thank you. An excellent. Excellent. Give them another round. I want to ask Dr. Fraser if he can give a little more detail or more expansion on what happened after the exile of the deportation of 1797. Because I think that information is a gray area for many Vincentians, and which lends the myth that everything was okay after that. Well, not okay, but not as bad.
Well, it's very difficult to answer that. I mean, it is something which is still being researched, because what you have is 1787. Yeah, what you have after 1797 is the fact that a lot of these people were in the interior for quite a long time. They were cut off from the rest of the country, particularly after 1812 with the Garifuna. And at that time, and the question of divide and rule is also an important one. That is why some people still have that attitude to the indigenous people. So there was a long time when, because even people who were indigenous people refused to admit that they were indigenous people because they were told that they were cannibals. So you have a lot of things which were hidden. And it is only now that some of these things are coming to pass. But that is an area which really needs to show, because I think that there are some important things which will come out of that, but they're being hidden for a long time. And given the attitude of the post-emancipation population who was subjected to this divide and rule by the colonial authorities, they looked on the Garifuna people as nothing. And I'll tell you that I had an experience in 1979 in Barley, where some of the people who came there to seek shelter and refuge were people from the northern area. And the attitude of some people, there were things, there were things. That is the kind of attitude that prevailed at that time. So there is a lot more to be said. And I said, this is an area which I'm trying, but it is very difficult getting information about. Certainly, the colonial authorities were not interested in it. By that time, by the early 20th century, you have a number of colored Vincentians who were aspiring to take the place of the colonials. So those people, not doing, they made no contribution. That was their whole attitude. And when I told somebody today, do you know that where we catch fish with the same, the fish will come from them, that. So there are a number of things that needs to be done, and it's an important area, because we cannot just allow things to die like that. And I made the point before that the literature seems to stop. It goes to Central America. And that is why I was glad when I saw this pieces by Paul Twin, who came and who lived in St. Vincent, spoke to the people, and was able to get a very good idea of how they related to each other, what they thought of each other. But it is an area in research,
Let me add something there. Yeah. And let me add something. 1797 is obviously where people against their will. But others are left behind. And, one of the questions that we confront in chapter 4 of the book that we write is the history of trauma. Those who have been left behind in 1797 and 1838. And one very strange kind of phenomenon that emerges in Vincent, that as the slave masters engage in the creation of a slave society, they're simultaneously suppressing the Garifuna who are left behind, but who are technically free. So they're technically free, but they're living in the slave society. And so how do you navigate that kind of that terrain where freedom and slavery coexist simultaneously? Okay, and by the late 1820s and into the early 1830s, the planters are beginning to construct new kinds of lines of division where they say, okay, what we're going to do, those people are colored, we're going to give them certain rights and certain freedoms and so on. But we're going to deny those to the Garifuna. We actually have the memos from the governor making clear that there are certain rights which will be extended to colors, but the indigenous peoples are left out, especially concerning land, etc. So that is that moment between 1797 and 1838 is a critical one, because those who are left behind are in the midst of trauma, and they're also observing the position of a slave society. And as the slave society begins to crack, the slave masters are making clear their distinctions we want to impose between colored people, African people, indigenous people, etc. That's why it's a difficult moment in time.
Let me just quickly add, we need to also consider the whole issue of land. I mean, here are people who control the country, and there's no land available to them. Could live on an estate if you provided work for the estate laborer. And that went on for a long time. And even when they applied for crown lands, they found on many occasions that what they thought were crown lands were lands which actually belonged to certain planters. The other aspect of that is that there are a number of occasions really when they were applying for crown lands and there was nothing available to them. And of course, the ownership of land has a lot to do with your identity. In fact, I think that land is one of the themes of Vincentian history, starting with the Garifuna Kalinago people and came down even to the enslaved, former enslaved, who themselves could not get land because every effort was made to prevent them from getting land for fear that they would desert the estates. And that is what the whole country was about as far as the colonies were concerned. Walking in land, in laboring on the estate. So that issue of land is a very important one.
The immediate consequence is absolute destitution. That is the immediate consequence for the guy who's left behind. Because we have tale after tale of people who are very, very poor, living in terrible conditions, etc. So from being the owners, of this paradise, they are transformed into destitutes in your country.
Dr. Thompson, and I see Mr. Williams, Ms. King as well.
To some extent, I think you answered my question because I was able to focus on lands. Because was reading of a particular lady who owned land in Ribishi. She had been the husband of a French soldier. So shortly after the wife, and shortly after the handing back of St. Vincent and Grenadines to the British, he would have written to the Governor General at the time, or whatever terminology was using, and asked in relation to her status and just what you said, that whole concept of how they perceived the slaves, how they perceived the Garifuna, how they perceived the Caribs. She was being viewed as a black Carib lady, and therefore they designated her as a Caribless. The term Caribless. And I suppose in other islands, Martinique, that whole concept of from my history lessons from Dr. Teresa, the muskies and the mustafinos and all the different shades and so forth. I'm pretty sure that those are the sort of concepts that emerged. And so you've answered the question that there was an effort to divide, but it seemed as if the descendant of it, you're expressing the descendants of the Garifuna, whether it was based on that treaty or some different sort of respect for the Garifuna, versus what was then termed as a yellow cap, what was then termed as the slave. Now, what I also wanted to mention is this whole thing you talked about in relation to Chatter's attire, how he really dressed, whether it was in loincloth or whether there was something in that. The reference you made is still very sketchy. I think that what has been fueling some of what I call the cognitive dissonance is the sense of shame in that past history and all the, whether cannibalism or loincloth or whatever the case might be. And if there was this whole concerted effort to minimize or to change and take away that culture, if there was a massive effort, whether in all the different islands we built or a concerted effort that also took place in Africa, in those places, then to reverse that, it may not be a simple issue, and there has to be a major concerted effort to sort of overcome that cognitive dissonance that still exists in some of our people that have doubt. Presenting the history that you are right, it may be one thing, but I think there has to be, and I'm always going to come out in your thing, the plan. The plan has to have some, you've identified certain things to be done with national anthem and what's also done in the social media. But I think there has to be a structured process to overcome what has actually taken place, to take that away from us. And simple measures may not, meet the mark. And so I'm raising what is the level of extent of reconstructing the whole process, the plan, so that we can regain, or everybody can regain that higher level of dignity and overcome the cognitive dissonance that I feel exists.
Response? So we have Mr. Cecil Isabellion, and we have Ms. Adrian King. Thank you very much. So when I looked at the newspapers today,
question of the sale of barley soap came up. I was totally worried when I heard certain ideas coming out about what we should do, and what they're going to do with barley soap. Dr. Denny, I'm happy that you actually to your presentation, and I'll say a moral moment. And what we go to the Garifuna, and then the whole question of introspection, and how we're going to give meaning to this question of reparation. And, Dr. Fraser started off by saying barley soap must be central to any heritage. When I hear this talk about aliens are holding to deal with something like this. This problem that will never arise in a matter like this. If you're talking about national patrimony, development, if you're talking about where is moral legitimacy. So it want to be acquired. Yes. But you need to by the government. And the Prime Minister should not be talking about he comes in and says, you know, the other things about our history, our heritage, which have been sold with all the years. You know, I talk about, for example, very recent one, drugstore in ministry. You might know, but I made efforts to have that property so in such a way that intentions can see. And you're talking about national heroes, you know what I mean? And these are the symbols, these are the things which are important. The association calls, but that's not wrong. That's speak. You don't close down house up there. Children, without that area of John Doctor lived. All these are things when you're talking about the heroes, talking about justice. Take the opportunity that is there for us. We are in control. Yes. So let us take this thing into our hands and deal with it. Forget about land, alien and rolling license. It belongs to us, and that is our contribution in a sense of our contribution to this whole question of making sure that we really do justice to our Garifuna people and to us as a people, because that's what we are. This is the beginning of our history, and we should make sure that we do something about it because it is in our hands. Let us deal with what is in our hands. And then, of course, we continue simultaneously to make sure that the colonial masters pay for their genocide. Thank you.
Civilians, we all know the passion of a general.
Good afternoon, everyone. I first of all want to say congratulations to the Garifuna Heritage Foundation for putting on this conference. I must say, I enjoyed the presentations this afternoon, Dr. Fraser and Dr. Denny, quite informative. My only concern is, as an educator, I heard mention of school children being here yesterday, and I'm disappointed that the school children are only here for entertainment. I think teachers should have ensured, I mean, sadly, this room is small, but at least bring one student here. And I'm hoping, we try here. And I'm hoping that those teachers who are hearing and seeing today would come tomorrow, even if it's just one child. The room is small, just bring one child here so that they could hear firsthand and be a part of this, because trust me, this information is valuable. Valuable. Thank you.
We did make efforts to get the school children here for soon. Yeah, we'll get when's the next? No.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I am a student of history. I think this is something that we always recognize as we grow and learn, that there's much more to uncover. I am a proud Garifuna, but I only say this today because I have been educated to understand that when I was around 14 years old, I was in secondary school, and I was laughing at the Caribs. And I was saying they were stupid, but it was a direct programming for our captors. And so I perpetuated that narrative. And so my uncle stopped me and said, listen to me, stop it. You also are Carib. But because I didn't know my grandfather, I didn't know that I was a descendant of the Caribs. But until I knew that, I was able to make an informative decision to be different, to educate people through different means. Sadly enough, there's a dichotomy as it relates to who we are as Vincentians, between the Blacks and the Caribs or the Garifuna, and then also a division within that class of Carib and Garifuna. I started a movement a few years ago where I decided to promulgate the culture of the Garifuna people through t-shirts. It was taken off, it took off really nicely in New York, but there was a large Garifuna population, not so much here. To my dismay, one of the ministers saw my campaign and printed a sticker that says, I am Carib, and stuck it in his cap. And I said, wow, we are so divided, we don't know who we are. And so the struggle begins or continues because we are trying to sort of decide who we are. And when I think about this, it brings back my Caribbean history classes and my European history classes and my Cuban history classes as an alma mater of Cuban University. And I reflect on the fact that there are several dates that are sketched in my mind through taught history, but not the date 1797. Why not, as a Vincentian? That should be a pivotal date that every Vincentian should know about. We should not forget our history. But if we are not taught about history, we would not have an idea of who we are. And so part of the collective consciousness and part of the regulatory consciousness has to begin, Dr. Denny, in the schools, primary schools, secondary schools, colleges, where we teach not only Black history, but indigenous history, where we etch in the minds of our young people the pride and dignity of being a Garifuna, of being a descendant of the Kalinago people. I'm going to say something that may be contentious for historians, but we hear about the Maroons in Jamaica. They're valiants. We heard about the Bambises in Cuba, how they defended their patria. But there's no other story in the Caribbean that rivals that of the Garifuna, Kalinago people, the Caribbean. I'm still visiting the Grenadines. And I say this to say that we have to create moments where we promulgate and push the narrative of how important we were as a civilization in the Caribbean region, and how our efforts have done so much for the people of the region. And so we have to start somewhere. I thank you.
Very well stated, Hayden. Right, so now have Vincent King. Good afternoon to everybody. Let me say a special good afternoon to these two gentlemen. Two gentlemen that I have the most respect for as a student of history. Dr. What's the name again? Denny. The first time I met him in person, we had a very in-depth conversation on African history. And it was great sitting here and listening to him today again. And I'm always an avid reader, everything of Dr. Fraser. Now, I see on this pamphlet, the Garifuna Heritage Foundation, living the Garifuna Heritage and Culture. We see the heritage and culture of the Garifuna in our society today. And I've always advocated in my own little space that we now need to, if we want to put this Garifuna issue, we now have to start respecting the Garifuna at home before we can start talking about reparations. And I think that is something that we all have forgotten, because everybody wants to be out there to be the one to say, oh, we're fighting for reparatory justice. But at the end of the day, that respect at home, where's that recognition? Look, the issue has come up, and I have my own program that I do on a Sunday around. And I have that down to speak about this whole curriculum issue to speak about on Sunday night. And I am so heartened when I heard so many people come up here and speak about that very issue, because most of our heritage is always being replaced by something new. And so future generations, even present generations, how many Vincent and even students know our history? Something was said here by the distinguished gentlemen, where they spoke about those years where our, the Europeans, this was last to be colonized because of our indigenous people. And I always speak about it, where our guns, the guns were turned inward, not out, because of our indigenous people. And if that is not something for us to be proud of and take heart from, then I don't know what is. I honestly do not know what it is. I'm not proud defendant of Garifunas. Yes, people don't know that. My maternal grandfather, the great grandmother, descendants from the Garifuna. Yes. So now people know where I get my fighting spirit from. And this is something, this thing about the students being here and support what brought up. I'm thinking, I was telling Adrian as we were going on the road earlier, if we want to talk about reparation, we want to talk about the Garifuna, we have to start instilling these things in our children from young. Those of us who missed it, let us now get something in our curriculum from small, the language, the real culture, the heritage of our Garifuna people. Let it now become something that is something to be proud of. So that preparation that we spoke about,
where right now some people still believe, oh, parents, they're separated up there. No, they are one people. And until we can enjoy these so-called two factions that we have in our society, we are wasting time with all of the big talks about reparations and so forth. Just time wasted and cosmetics. So I'm saying, if we are to be serious and to be taken serious about reparations and support, let us start to respect that people. Let us start embracing who we are. And let us revive our culture, because the people without a culture and history are like a worthless ship. And that is something that we need. And again, I thank you, gentlemen, for being here. And I hope that I get a grasp of the book that you guys are going to develop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. I like the fact that everyone must come to this podium. They have spoken passionately and eloquently. Patches, you had and then we have Brother Joseph and I. Okay. Right, so we have this is a very good session. Nice. Okay, presentations really stimulated.
Okay. First of all, what I wanted to say, I think that it was said already very eloquently by the schemes she's going on, the young historian there, of course, Kensley. But first of all, I want to compliment and commend the foundation that are responsible for this session, and also it will be, thank you. It will be remiss of me if I did not congratulate Brother Fraser and Brother Daniel. I like to use those terms because I like to think I'm not too colonized. Like all brothers. And guys, excellent presentation. But talk is cheap. Those of you who know me know I don't fun words, but I'm not here to disrespect anybody or anything. I just want to say, I hope the foundation, along with the two excellent brothers and serious people who want to instill in this nation the importance of our history, as the young brothers say, will make a serious effort to get what these two brothers presented here today. That our curriculum, stuff like this. Talk is cheap. You can talk all you want to talk. But listen until we make a serious effort to get the young ones who today look at us. His fathers and mothers and grandparents and grandkids in there. That I part of the computer playing games and go through with the friends right now. This might be life. Until you get this kind of information in the relevant circles and in our educational institutions.
Matches, all right, Joseph.
I think it's what happens. I live in history. But Patches, you see that I've got patches on my life. It's the same passion. We can black power, playing football, playing music, passionate. And Brother Danny, as passionate as he actually succeeded me as the Grenadines king. I crowned him in 1917. Interestingly, I succeeded who is now known as Samaritan Morgan, Pastor Morgan, who then was Samaritan singer. And as fate will have it, Samaritan baptized Sparrow, the great Sparrow, into his adventure religion. Okay, some years ago I was at Peacemore. Remember that? And the issue of Bakiso came up. And I asked the question, tell me something. Owners, are they willing to negotiate? And the answer is yes, I said, well, I'm not an expert, but I'm willing to be part of that discussion. You can check me. I don't know what happened then, but this is like 8 years after, right? I sure have to say, I would be saying acquisition. I'm not so sure what it means, compulsory acquisition legally or what. Or when we went to acquire, meaning purchase. Right? Yeah. I believe that if we started negotiations, we should continue. But what I understand, of course, a family thing, so you have someone to sell, some not, they don't care about some sentimental thing about, and so on. But it came out that one of them, at least one, said, man, this is part of our history. So we're willing to negotiate. And I think we should take that into consideration. Of course, they don't have control over what the other members, but we have to be fair. We have to be fair to go. I think we should own it. And I believe we can own it. And I believe we can purchase it. But we need to discuss it and laser and so on. Other people be part of a set up a body something and let us look at how we're going to own it. That's the contribution I want to make.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Siobhan John, Senator in the House of Parliament. And I am a proud Garifuna. Being there, growing up, and listening to Dr. Fraser. And I know history students, always in the business field, but it is something that I've been drawn to over the years. And I've been attending these conferences, and honestly, I'm not seeing any form of improvement in terms of audience. And it is sad, because if we want to talk history and to carry on, we must again start with the youth. And let me congratulate Dr. Fraser and Dr. Denny for such wonderful presentation. My thing is that I believe that the foundation needs to go out into the communities. I think we're to centralize. Hey, we have to start somewhere, and if we start within our local communities to teach our youth, it doesn't have to be in the school itself. We can have workshops, we can have small training sessions for our young people. It will help to add value to what we are doing here. I love community-based organizations. So within OVIA, we have a group there that has been bringing in Garifuna personnel from New York in the summer vacation. And we have been teaching our, let's say, over 100 students in terms of the language. They have been learning that. In terms of the dress code, they also learn that. And it is where you start. We need to now collaborate with the foundation and expand these sessions so that other students and other villages, other children can be aware of these things. Because when you see these sessions are happening, the children are into it. So it means that they lost something and they are happy to regain it. Yes. And I do hope that with all that is being said here, that we can start seeing some movement, some indigenous movement within St. Vincent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. John. But just to, yes, we take on board your points, but just to say, and we are agreeing with you, but the Garifuna Heritage Foundation has hosted workshops in collaboration with Garifuna communities or organizations outside of St. Vincent and Grenadines. So what we do with that, need more initiatives of that sort, certainly. So Brother Newton George, right? So I think correct. So we have one person coming.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So, it's always a pleasure to sit and listen to the talking. This morning I asked a question, and I don't think I got a full answer, so I'm going to ask it again. Relating to in what ways the indigenous societies, and it was broad and to include Dominica and Trinidad, are contesting negative stereotypes. And what are these negative stereotypes? Did I with cannibalism only this morning? The answer. But also, in what ways are the communities attempting to contest these negative stereotypes that have continued? Also, Dr. Denny, you made a point in relation to St. Vincent having a unique history in terms of the shortness of time of enslavement, African enslavement, and we tied it in terms of the indigenous communities. So my question is really the narrative of Trinidad, because generally when I was taught the history from the old Green textbook, which is slave emancipation, that when you look at the country most impacted by a short-lived period of enslavement, they normally use the example of Trinidad, why they had like a labor shortage and as such immigration. So I don't know if you can speak to more, so expand on it for me in terms of that unique point that you made about St. Vincent. And I have a comment to make. Now, for those of you who know me personally, I grew up in Kingston. I'm from Kingston. And I got married and moved to the indigenous space. I live in Oyo. I am yet to be considered a part of Oyo. I am still seen as an outsider. And I understand that. But what I find interesting is, in terms of my observation and my love for history and teaching it over the years, that's why I wanted to live in an indigenous community, to be honest. I wanted to be able to have some impact and to experience that society. And what I find interesting, and I'm going to try and choose my words carefully, okay? Because things tend to be taken out of context. Sometimes it seems as if the indigenous elements of the community, and I guess it's because of the psychological trauma over the years, become like enemies to their own selves. And I speak to the consistent use of that word carrying, that's hidden true. You constantly teach it, I constantly correct it, and I would love to see you get to a place in St. Vincent where we stop using that word. And it's like a pushback, because the more you say Kalinargo, and you try to explain why you should not use that word today in 2023, you should really not be using that word. There are persons from within the community that would blatantly tell you that, and you'll use the word, you know? And so there is a lot to be done from within the communities on the ground level. Secondly, I don't think it can really, I don't think it's something that should be coming from an outside, especially when you're being seen as an outsider. It's something that has to be done internally. Somebody from within has to champion that movement and that change, okay? Secondly, in terms of my points about enemies, that land rights that Dr. Fraser spoke to, and he highlighted how in 79 eruptions and recently, and using we loosely because we understand the experience of living in this area and the risk and the reason for settlement in this area. And I thought that there was an opportunity for, as a community, to push for movement, at least to have a discussion for movement to land resources that were better. But like right away, it got shut down, where from within the community, you see this. I understand the historical and it's your home, but there was not even an opportunity to engage in a discussion. Right away, from within the community, you had this, they wanted to go back up to Sandy Bay. While we must recognize that in terms of land space, there is a problem. There's not sufficient land space for, you can think about you now, but what about your children? What are your children going to inherit? There is no land there for them to inherit down the road. Okay? So I think there was a missed opportunity as a people to really try and secure a piece more of the soil for your children to come. Because a lot of it is being washed away, eroded. Okay, thank you. Yes, in terms of these stereotypes and also that unique history that Dr. NIS spoke to with this short-lived enslavement with the indigenous peoples. Okay, thanks.
The question of courage is really a difficult one to deal with, by individuals who, for all their lives, were known as cowards. And suddenly, almost overnight, you hear it coming out. In the case of Dominica, Carib village became Kalinago village. So they experienced it, and I think that a lot of this, because of the expulsion of the people, mean a lot more to us in terms of how you're dealing with a lot of things. In the case of Dominica, long before they were given a space. And what is interesting about Dominica too, is that you had the indigenous people, the Kalinago, and you also had the Maroons. Now, in the case of St. Louis, we didn't have any Maroons because the Africans who came here realized that they would get shelter from the Kalinagos. So they came together. So they were not two separate groups. And I'm not too sure that places like Trinidad, have the same kind of approach, because this is immediate to us when you look at what has happened and the fact that this has gone on for quite a long time. In a number of those countries, they are, well, not so much Trinidad, because Trinidad came late into the picture, but in a number of those other countries, but very early, within 100 years, we have virtually gotten rid of the kind of people. But St. Vincent went on for quite a long time, those struggles. So it is always on our mind, and we are looking at how we are trying to deal with the negatives. But I don't know how you, we have to, I try to, not to say Carib, but sometimes if you're quoting from the text, you come back to the word Caribs. And so then I'm not sure that people understand. And I am firmly of the belief, and I mentioned it there, that by the 1790s, and two anthropologists are saying this, by the 1790s, we were one people. So somebody would look at the color of somebody and say, that's Canada, that is Garifuna. But geologically, that doesn't understand. And what that shows is that you have these people who are hunting for quite a long time. So over the years, that has, you really have become one people. One of the things they said about the Garifuna and the Africans is that they began to learn some of the custom and the culture of the Kalinago people, because here they come into a strange land, we wanted shelter, and they began to cohabit. And so that a lot of those things will take you and so on. So that would be my answer to that.
If I may add just one point on this history. I think the first use of the term carrots in the 1500s. And it continues deep into the 20th century. So you're looking at about 500 years of that kind of vocabulary. After 1797, in the official documents in St. Vincent, when the governor of the legislature addressed the issue of the indigenous peoples, the language is all scattered. And so that kind of linguistic dominance doesn't evaporate after 1797, but if anything, it becomes even more embedded. So what you have is the legacy of that. And so it will take, deliberate effort, and perhaps a long time before, there's sufficient momentum to remove that language altogether from, from public use. But you were really against, 400, 500 years of history there. As to the question on the question on the beginning of the societies in Vincent, that's just a matter of days. Okay, as was pointed out, after 1805, you do have your wild lands, where the lands of the taken by the government and then given to peoples, and so on. And so, simultaneously, we begin to see this whole implication of Africans from the Bahamas and elsewhere, to feed these plantations. And so, when we speak about state society, as which is to say, where the partners have uncontested control of the exploitation of African labor, and the use of African of finance, the production of sugar, and we have really, legal, institutional, political, all of these different elements are brought together with a single purpose to guarantee African enslavement and the production of sugar. So now you have a slave society. We have to understand that even though slavery existed in St. Vincent before 1805, 1807, St. Vincent is not a slave society. St. Vincent is a society with slaves. And so for historians, that's a crucial distinction in a slave society and society with slaves. It's a transformation of St. Vincent into a slave society only took place after the defeat of the Garifunas and the redistribution of the lands. So if you use the date 1805 at the earliest 1807, like the date, slavery ends in 1824. So we just got to do the arithmetic. And here we have it.
Just a quick comment on the Carib terminology. I draw on my experience from Belize. I'm a Belizean and a Belizean Garifuna. When I was growing up, the word Garifuna was not in common use. Everyone referred to themselves as Black Carib. So Garifuna was a deliberate project led by the leadership of the Garifuna Council over a number, and other Garifuna leaders over a number of years that rejected the British formulation of themselves as Black Carib and said, from now on, we will call ourselves Garifuna. There was resistance, I will tell you. There were people, especially the white-collar teachers and so on, who wanted to be known as Black Carib because that was all they knew. And eventually, no one calls themselves a Black Carib now. Everybody embraces the term Garifuna. So it's a process, but it has to begin with a determination to start reframing your own identity, and it will happen. The second point I want to make is about the aspect of the school system and the cause for this to be in the curriculum. As a representative of the Garifuna Heritage Foundation, I can tell you, it is not once, it is not twice, it is several times we have tried to engage the Ministry of Education, and what we get is pushback. Instructional time is limited, we can't do this, etc., etc. There is resistance in the system, and that cannot be dealt with by a foundation. It has to be dealt with by all of us who say this is what we need to happen. It cannot be a small organization making this happen alone. It is a process which the society must determine this is what we need to happen, and that is how we do it.
It is, but it's not and we have Dr. Thomas. We have Vincent and we have Dr. Thomas.
Good day, everybody. My name is Newton George. I taught me analogy from Garifuna, not that Garifuna. Somebody used the terminology. Dr. Fraser, Dr. Day, I can remember a few years ago, I sat with Dr. Fraser in a panel discussion with you, dealing with similar topic, the indigenous religion from 1912 to 2000. When I was given the task to open this conference, to invite the Garifuna spirit here, I was fully aware that after this conference, we were going to leave with active vehicle going back into the society to revolutionize St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the homeland for the Garifuna people. We are definitely the root of the tree. The branches in Honduras, Nicaragua, Belize, and elsewhere. They belong to me. The branches will be weak too. So it fully means that when we leave here today, or before we leave here today, we should organize ourselves as a new organization of the Garifuna people to deal with the problems. I felt the passion of Mr. Williams. Words cannot express his feelings of having our piece of wealth being sold out. We as the Garifuna people, we cannot allow that piece of gold values to be sold out. When we leave here today, we must leave with that full assurance that no one is going to sell out that piece of gold of ours. I listened to our sister who stated that they made several initiatives to get our Garifuna language initiated in the curriculum of this country, but that was failed. When we leave it today, let us leave with the assurance that sooner rather than later, our Garifuna language will be taught in our schools. I want to me by asking all of us to go and search up a Garifuna woman whose name was Elma Francois. Yes. Revitalize us right within this nation and let us finish the work that we supposed to finish as a people by bringing back our country to its original roots. Thank you very much.
We'll hear from Dr. Thomas. Thank you very much and good afternoon, everyone. I am neither Garifuna nor Kalinawa or Kari. But I want to say that it was because of the genocide that I'm here. Because as a result of the genocide, Africans were brought in as slaves and then later indentured Indians. Like my people came here as indentured Indians. So I'm here because of the genocide of the Kalinawa Garifuna terrorists. And I want to share with you very briefly an experience. In 1992, I was doing some research at an archive in the UK. I was actually researching the Indian indentureship in particular. And I came across a first-hand account of what happened on Bali Soap. That was 1992. When I read it, I'll be honest with you, I choked up. I could not believe what I was reading, and I shared the story with my colleagues. I'm very honored to be part of that team. When I read that in 1992, nobody had ever told me about it. And I mentioned it to one prime minister. He said, have you ever seen a first-hand account of what actually happened on Baliso? He said, no. Well, Baliso has become a highlight this afternoon. And I want to say, just to be very brief, we must not let Baliso out of the hands of the Garifuna people, and out of the memory of the Garifuna people, whatever we might wish to call it in Kalinago. Baliso must be remembered in a sacred place, because half of those people who were enslaved, or whatever you want to call it, on Baliso, half of them died, and we have the first-hand account of how they died. It was pure genocide. In my view, pure genocide. Baliso must be taken over and make sure it's ensured as something like Chatway's site up in Dorset here. But we must not take it out of our hands. Thank you. Thank you, Docs. We have our final question from the floor. Okay.
Oh my God, but just a little bit.
Sorry, I didn't see you.
Have to think.
Come, you can come closer.
Good day to everybody.
Behind the podium.
I want to comment on the Carrie question linguistically. The Carrie question is linguistics and is warfare, because they accuse the Caribs of cannibalism. Now, in our time and in end of time, the truth is foreign to a lot of people. And a lot of people project themselves on other people. The only time they had evidence of cannibalism after in the contact period is in Virginia among the hungry white colonialists. Now, to give you an analogy of what I'm talking about, all of us know the Eskimos as the Eskimos, but the Eskimos do not call themselves the Eskimos. It's other tribe call themselves, not the nickname like the Eskimos. The Eskimos call themselves the Inuits.
that have the parallel with the Caribs. Because the Caribs call themselves Kalina or Kalinago or Garifuna. So it's a question of name calling. The question of name calling, the American Indian wasn't only the victim of that, the African was the victim of name calling. Because of my studies now, you don't find this word even in English dictionary. It's a French word. You're to tell the importance of names. Onomastics. Onomastics is the scientific study of names, which is divided into place names and personal names. So name and naming is spiritual and is psychological. People could use naming as spiritual warfare and psychological warfare. That's why we as African people, West African people, have European names. Everybody have a pleasant evening. Dr. Fraser, my old former teacher, everybody. Very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution.
Well, thank you, Dr. Dane and Dr. Fraser, for such an inspiring and informative presentation. I find that when I was never a student of history, because at the time when I was taught history, I was taught European history. And the thing that I was taught about St. Vincent is that Columbus came on the 22nd of January, 1498. You know, those are the history we knew about St. Vincent. And that the Caribs were savages. So I come from that area. But I wanted to say, I have a granddaughter who has a deep passion for history. And I'm a bit troubled because she was doing some revision. And I mean, now they're doing Caribbean history. But she had to study the life of Columbus. And it pains me because it is in so much detail. And a lot of the information that is being said here, they don't know of it. And I remember challenging Dr. Scott. I say, our children in this time still learning that the Caribs are savages. Why is the ministry still recommending that we use these, our children use these sort of things? That is distorting information. I see that's misinformation. Some time ago, one friend of mine, a European friend of mine, sent me a link where a professor was giving a presentation. I can't remember her name. And she was speaking about knowing where the bones of Shatiri stored. I don't know if you all heard about it or ever read about it, but it would be important to really explore if this information is correct and where those bones stored for our own purposes. And if that is the case, we should seek to lobby our governments to ensure that the remains of Shatiri be returned to its own land.
Thank you for your contribution. You have any response to what you just said? In fact, I said any response.
We are 99.999% certain that she does not want to track with this. That's not. the person who's making that proclamation. We have Adrian in particular has done some serious work on how Shati died and what's the knowledge of his death, and his body was never in the control of Europeans at all. Never. And there's no European record of the control and disposition of his body. All we have is, how many different narratives of his death, many narratives of his death, which are also conflicting with each other. So we know that there's complete ignorance about the Europeans. So the only reasonable conclusion we can have is that Shati is warriors.
One of the things, and I suspect this is what the person is referring to, there is evidence that the curator of the Botanic Gardens sent the skull of a Carib chief who, to the authorities, they were dealing with that sort of thing. But when you check the dates and so on, they don't see the time with the date when Shati died. But he went to wherever, dug up this skull and sent it off. But there's no evidence that Shati was off. Because a number of people draw that to my attention and looked at it. So I guess a number of people hearing about it just assume that it was that way.
Right. Thank you so much, Drs. Denny and Agent Fraser. This session was a session in which a lot of information came out. I like the participation. There was an energy and spirit this afternoon that I hope that we will take into the final day with the same energy and passion. And this is where this session comes to a close. I will now call on the chairperson, Zoila Ellis-Brown.
Thank you, Marlon. Thanks everyone for participating. Thanks to our wonderful presenters. Tomorrow morning we begin our last day of conference at 9 a.m. Registration starts at 8, and we will hear some more important presentations. And we look forward to seeing all of you and others to this conference tomorrow morning. Thank you and good afternoon. Enjoy the rest of the week.